Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to our conference. I see that you have made it through the morning traffic jams. Congratulations first for having surmounted this first challenge. That's one of the hopes that I have for 5G in combination with autonomous driving, that maybe in the not so far future, traffic jams will be reduced because of the use of 5G. But maybe I'm also over-optimistic, but still I keep my fingers crossed that this will be reality one day. A very warm welcome as well to all those who are connected over the live stream that we have. Wherever in the world you may be, welcome and good that you're here with us. Let me introduce myself with a couple of words. My name is Peter Pöhle. I'm the CEO and the co-founder of Media65, which is a video production company. I'm running as well conferencefilms.eu. And last but not least, a startup which is called Sponsor My Event, which is a marketplace that brings together event organizers and event sponsors. We're mainly active in the US. And I think that I know one or two things about technology. Today and tomorrow, I'm going to be your host. I'm going to be the moderator of the event, and I'm going to run you through this exciting program of these 2 days. 5G. 5G is a technology which is most likely disruptive for the whole industry. Not only that it has the potential to enhance and to increase and to simplify existing applications. No, it's also the foundation for ideas and applications that we cannot even imagine today, but that we're going to see in the next few years just appearing and simply stunning us. You did good, you did well to come here today, because our program over these 2 days is crammed full with compelling speakers, fascinating keynotes, very interesting panel discussions, super compelling workshops, and last but not least also the expo that we have to the outside, where you have a lot of companies who are showcasing products around 5G. And by the way, we have a 5G network which is up and running outside here. I'm not sure now, does anybody here in the room already has a 5G-enabled device? Hands up if someone has. Ooh, I think we're really at the beginning here. This will change in 2 or 3 years. It's not a surprise anyway. There come some housekeeping rules. We have a translation. You can get the translation headsets just when you enter the room, but please, please, do me one favor. Don't take them home as a souvenir with you. Just drop them in the box again if you leave the room. And then we have also Wi-Fi. Yeah, 5G is not so far yet that we can simply neglect the Wi-Fi. We have a Wi-Fi. You see the codes on the screens around you so that you can connect to have a permanent connection. When I think back since the first time I met, many, many years ago, our first speaker, he kept on surprising me year every year, being one of the first politicians here in Luxembourg, if not really the first, who fully embraced social media. And every time that I speak with him, that I listen to his speeches, he leaves me very confident that he fully understands how beneficial it can be if you're using new technology and new media in a wise and beneficial way. Ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor for me, but it's an honor also for this conference, having Luxembourg's Prime Minister, Mr. Xavier Bettel, with us.
Dear Director General, dear Deputy Secretary General of the Benelux, dear Ambassador de Randy, dear Member of Parliament, and I would say most passionate digital Member of Parliament, dear Vivian, dear distinguished guest, it has been 13 months ago that our country hosted the first conference on 5G. We gathered in the other aisle of the European Convention Center, and believe me, the room was much smaller. For this year's edition, the Department of Media, Communication and Digital Policy decided to book this side of the building and to arrange the biggest room of the Convention Center. As you can witness this morning, this second edition of the Luxembourg 5G conference met our expectation, and I'm more than pleased to be able to welcome more than 500 participants. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been almost 15 months ago too that I presented the Luxembourg 5G strategy. One of the aims of this strategy is to be in the leading group for the adoption of this new technology, but while carefully also balancing the benefits and also the risks for the citizens, for the industry, and also for the economy. On the level of the infrastructures, we are among the best connected countries in terms of ultra-fast connectivity. And we are second placed in the 2018 design indicator, just right after Denmark, and I, having also the Secretariat of the Benelux present here, have to quote that also my countries in the Benelux are very well placed, third for the Netherlands and sixth for Belgium, and having a dinner with the Prime Ministers tonight, I hope you will repeat them, what I said about them, Alain. We are well placed also to have a national rollout of the 5G technology. The Europe 5G readiness, which was set up by Institutes Consulting, Luxembourg ranks on the 9th position. Since last year, a lot has happened in Luxembourg. The ILR, the Luxembourgish regulator, has closed the public consultation on the 700 megahertz and the 3.6 gigahertz frequency allocation, and the number of responding stakeholders has been very high for such a small country. Yes, it was a big success, and this shows that Luxembourg is a promising ground for the new opportunities that 5G offers. The SMC has launched a call for projects, and by the deadline of September the 30th, a total of 29 projects were submitted. I'm pleased to hear that the submitted projects cover a wide range also of applications, and the Department of Media Communication and Digital Policy is working on the review also on those projects. Also on the practical level, 5G has become closer to reality in our country. 5G is not a technology of the future anymore. We just saw with examples outside what it is today. 5G is ready for deployment. This morning, I witnessed myself the performance of this new generation of mobile technology, and the three national operators are showcasing their network configurations, and their teams are working hard to get the best possible connections for their customers. Over the past year, my government did not just follow up on the technical details for successful deployment of 5G. My government also has the support of the ministries and the public administrations who are following up on the impact on the environment and on health. Yes, health issues are very important also for us, and these authorities monitor the scientific exchange regarding the potential impact of 5G on public health. And you have to know that Luxembourg is among the countries with the lowest emission rates in Europe and in the world. And even last week, we had a telecom meeting. We insisted to have in the conclusion also these wordings about health, because we know that for some people there are questions. And for us, if we want to have trust, we cannot leave questions open. We have to give to the people really the trust, the fact that we care. We care. The worst signal would be to give them the feeling that we don't care, and this 5G would just be an economic reason. It is also for them and not against them, but so we have to be also sure for the health questions, and I'm sorry that last week it was not adopted by all the colleagues. But so we take this as an opportunity and an opportunity to see also the best possible measurements tool and procedures for measuring the electromagnetic fields. My government will continue to apply the precautionary principle in Luxembourg. We see this as another interesting opportunity, an opportunity to seek in cooperation with the industry to have both a performing network and a low emission level. Not later, as I told you, we wanted to have more clear references. Talking about the recent council, after having met last week in Brussels, the colleagues from the Telecom Council and also the new commissioner, Mr. Breton, who I have to tell you, gave me a very good impression also that he wants to move on Because very often we have meetings where we speak and we realize after an hour that we just discussed an hour to say that we have nothing to discuss. And when I speak, for example, about the digital single market, it's like a bit like, I'm sorry to say this, but the digital single market is a bit, I'm sorry, Mr. Viola, also to say that as a Director General in front of your DG Connect, but we speak about digital single market, but it's a bit like the monster of Loch Ness. Everybody speaks about it, but nobody saw it. For the moment, we still have 28, but next week maybe 27. We have 28 regulators. We have 28 legislations. How do you want for companies also to be as efficient, and Mr. Ambassador, on the American market? You have one regulator, one market. Why, and I'm sorry to say, why Yahoo is not European, Google is not European, Apple is not European, Samsung is not European, Amazon is not European. And I could continue. I remember where we have the European phones. Today you can find some Sony Ericsson at the flea market sometimes on Saturday. So we have to work on. 5G is a complex technology, and it requires large terms and teams of highly skilled engineers and of policy makers to get it set also upright. For us, the cooperation with the European Commission and with the other European member states is therefore a very important part of our efforts. And I know, dear Mr. Viola, and we have this common, to convince all the other countries that we have to do these common efforts together. Because, dear Ambassador, don't take it again, but we are a bit squeezed between Asia and America on this field. And it's also a question when I see that, for example, China decides that in artificial intelligence they spend billions, it's decided in a half minute. For us to decide about 2 million, we discussed 6 months. And so we need to have common strategies. And I'm really sorry to say that, because they are not here, but the proposal for the budget that I have on the table for the next European institutions doesn't go in the right direction. We don't have the right goals, we don't have the right priorities for this field where money is needed if we want to be present also in the global world. We need to be also to speak, and I have a European Council tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, and I'm convinced that we will not be able in the next hours to agree on the budget, because for me, this budget is not a budget of this century, but a budget of the last centuries. The attendants, allow me to come back to the Luxembourg 5G strategy. For smaller countries, cross-border initiatives have a high relevance. As you know from here, a border is never close, it's never far away. So we are delighted to welcome representatives from project team members in different European border areas, because we see today that where most of us, we don't know what are borders, because, and I saw students who study, who are doing a BTS now, if I speak with them about Zufchen or Sterpenich, they don't know what it was when I was a child. And today we move, and Vivian, I'm sorry, but I quote some people I remember today, most of them, they don't know. When I was flying as a student abroad and I studied in Greece for an Erasmus program, because of Europe I was able to do it. Very often my roaming bills were more expensive than my flight ticket. This is over, because people did the effort to take these borders away. The roaming has no border anymore in the European Union, and we know how tough the fight was to do this. And so we need to have this common project going over the borders. And this is also the success of what we did since Luxembourg's success story began. To be open and to know that borders is not the solution. I'm very happy, because if I speak about also cooperation, to have Alain de Muyser, he's the Deputy Secretary General of Benelux, because before having the European Union in 1957, we worked together on the Benelux on the way that with our neighbors we have a union. We have a union where we wanted to because we knew that doing things together would make us bigger. And This is, for the moment, still when I have an European Council, we have a meeting before to be able to exchange, to see how we can regulate problems. And problems for citizens for every day. I was the president of the, now fasten seatbelt, but I was the president of the Benelux Parliament of the Commission for Agriculture, for Economy, and for Fishing. And I remember my first report I had to do was the problems of les moules en Zélande. I fully agree, this was not the most important report I did in my career, but it opened my mind, and it was able for Luxembourgish guy to be aware of problems of someone else, who is for me something totally strange, but for them, living there, living from that, a real problem every day when they wake up. And this is what we do through these institutions. And we have the presidency of the Committee of Ministers of the Benelux Union, and so I really want to tell them how happy I am to see that also Benelux partners allow us to address the particularities faced by small countries. And the need of an early stage arrangement with our respective neighbors, usually our neighbors are always bigger, and so we are able also to do bigger things together, and the importance attributed by our citizens to smooth cross-border transition. We also want to support alternative infrastructures such as satellite or transmission via light to be part of the system. It is therefore my pleasure and honor to say that Luxembourg has been the founding ground of newly created islands. The Liffey Islands has held its inaugural assembly yesterday here at the convention center, and I saw the responsible. They told me it took a long, it was there from 10 to 7, during 7 hours they had meetings here, but they still look fresh this morning, so everything went well. The Alliance is embracing global actors in communications, lighting, and device manufacturing, and they unite around the technology that allows for the transmission of digital information through the visible light. The technology is proven, and the first devices and applications are already on the market. The Liffey Islands choose Luxembourg as their home base, and I wish them all the best in their efforts, and I want to thank you for that choice. 5G also has synergies with the satellite business. We strongly believe satellite has an important role to play in the 5G ecosystem in most parts also of the world. Unfortunately, I cannot attend the World Conference. I will have to leave after my speech because I have Council of Ministers starting this morning as soon as I'm back to my office. But be assured, however, that I will listen to my team about what you have discussed, and would love also to say thank you to my team, because I know it's not the biggest team, but they're always able to organize big things and having big names and huge programs and being able to connect people. This is a part also of my team, being able to bring public actors, private actors from here, also from outside the country, together, and to make it really in the interest of our country. So for 5G, as I said, for us, not just technology, but it's also about the services that will serve our citizens in their interest. I invite you to benefit from these workshops to discuss the added value of 5G with the represented technical experts, executive and project leaders, and citizens, and my government is there. Grant the frequencies in the most equal way possible. We will do our best to meet the deadline set out by the European Commission, which is to allocate the frequencies by mid-2020. I can also add that we will be able to grant 330 megahertz of spectrum in the 3.6 gigahertz band for the national 5G networks. That means 50 megahertz more than announced in the public consultation. And in the frame of the Komodo permissions for the setup of auto GSM antennas, we will continue to address the health concerns and closely monitor the low emission rates applicable for Luxembourg. Dear participants, 5G is announced to change the way our communication networks are functioning and probably also how we communicate. Allow me therefore to end with this teaser. The conference will end tomorrow with a talk on the disruptive effect 5G may have, and with a closing panel that will give you an idea about what to expect from the upcoming months. So stay till the end. I wish to all of you all the best, a nice conference, and for the one who are visiting for the first time Luxembourg, a nice day in our country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prime Minister. And sometimes the job of a moderator is not so easy, especially not if the Prime Minister is simply anticipating the transition that I had prepared so nicely. I wanted to speak about the difference of a heterogeneous market, 28 countries, the difficulties, and also compared to the US market, homogeneous market, which is much easier sometimes. Well, Xavier Bettel already did it, so I'm a little bit jobless here, but nevertheless. I don't envy necessarily also the job of our second speaker, Roberto Viola, Director General at the European Commission in the DG Connect, coordinating 28 countries, fighting sometimes with 28 countries must be quite exhausting. That's why I give him a very, very warm welcome for being here today with us.
Authorities present, Deputy Secretary General, the Benelux, members of Parliament, dear Madam Reding, it's really an honor and a pleasure to be here in the opening session of this very important event, this 5G conference. And I must confess, I'm here also because I passed the test. Prime Minister Bettel asked me to be outside and try virtual reality playing tennis with a monster, then trying to drill with an automatic CAD machine, which was guiding me, and I passed the test. That's why I'm now here, able to speak to you. 5G, it's really an important revolution for Europe, and in a way, this revolution starts from here, from Luxembourg. And the reason why it starts from Luxembourg is that the European Commission and the government of Luxembourg have a long-standing partnership. And actually, an important part of my DG is here in Luxembourg. And here we have what is called the digital pole. So we have a number of colleagues working on key technologies which will shape the future of Europe. I have here the full data directorate, which looks at big data, artificial intelligence, robotics. I have here the expert for supercomputing and quantum. And also, Luxembourg has been selected as the host country of EuroHPC, which is the international organization that federates all the member states, and beyond even the member states, we are now 30 members, which is actually making sure we will have the fastest supercomputer on Earth. And together with the Luxembourg government, we actually are building a machine. Actually, it is the government building a machine with a contribution from Europe, which has a very nice name. It's called Meluxina, which will be one of the fastest supercomputers on Earth. And with supercomputers, you know, you can do a number of very important things. You can, for instance, predict the CO2 level, how it will evolve. So understand better how to make sure that we actually do something to improve the environment we live, knowing what will happen if we don't do that, or knowing what will be the course of actions. And doing this, supercomputers use satellite imaging. So there's also this nice, interesting marriage between satellite and computing, which is very much also at the heart of the Luxembourgish digital way of being. Another important thing that supercomputers are doing is, of course, in the area of advancing in medical science, trying to give answers to illnesses that today we cannot cure, advancing in understanding how to build new materials, lighter, stronger, and to make, in general, the world safer. Now, why I started with supercomputers? Because, I mean, in a way, 5G it's the kind of glue that brings this computing world, this world made of data, brings it to the level of a single car, single citizen, single device that is inside every factory or inside every home. So it is a very transformative technology, and I like to say it's a kind of 3C technology, because you have, as I said, the computing, the possibility really to use locally the maximum computer power you can. So imagine you go to a doctor, you can actually have your genomic sequence in the smartphone. That will be possible. Today, genome sequence is a few terabytes, but very soon it will be 1, 2 gigabytes. The doctor can download it and actually consult a supercomputer. Now, this seems science fiction, is behind the corner. Part of it is computing, part of it, of course, is very fast communication, is 5G. So personalized medicine is one of the examples where we can make the difference for citizens. The other C stands for communities. I think that communities can really be empowered to change, to create their own environment, to actually design the services they want, if they are actually provided with technologies such as 5G and data, and then tell them, hack the environment and invent what you want. We have seen this for real. We have now almost 10% of the municipalities of Europe which are enrolled in a program which is called Wi-Fi for You. It's a small voucher we give to municipalities to actually offer free Wi-Fi to citizens. And there was a lot of skepticism about this. People will not be interested. It is the era of 5G, 6G. Why they would be interested in Wi-Fi? Half of the municipalities of Europe replied. Half, which means municipalities representing roughly 250 million citizens. In some countries, we are now at 95% of the municipalities that actually are enrolled in the program. So what does it mean? It means that there's an untapped need for open connectivity for communities that can be exploited. And this is about optimizing the way waste management is done in a community. It is about measuring and understanding how energy is consumed in a community. It is about optimizing the traffic routes for public transport, private transport, and all this, that's our experience, is created locally, invented by citizens. So this empowerment comes with offering an open connectivity. That's why in the new financial framework, hoping that Prime Minister Bettel will fight, it seems he will fight for a modern budget of the Union, which we very much needed. We want to offer a 5G for EU. We want to have this program upgraded to 5G communities that they can be empowered and actually create their own future. So the first C stands for computing, the second for community. The third stands for corridors. What are corridors? Corridors are areas where, the connectivity is offered continuously, without interruption. The interruption sometimes you suffer still at the border of Luxembourg when coming from Brussels. Now, why this is so important? It is important, for instance, on the highways, because by having continuous 5G connectivity, you can actually pave the way to have autonomous drive. And we will start probably with trucks, with buses, and then go to the next step, which is also cars. Why this is very, very important? It is important because roads can be made much safer and cleaner. It is now scientifically proven by studies actually using supercomputers that queues are, for 80% of the cases, man-made, because we are not really good drivers. Frankly, all of you or myself think I'm a perfect driver, but it's not the case. So we tend to accelerate, decelerate, accelerate, decelerate. This system creates these fantastic queues we experience every day. Nobody knows why. But there's a why. Because, I mean, vehicles are not really optimized in terms of the speed that they enter the road, which you can do using 5G and connected drive. So you can wake up in the morning, again, not science fiction, and your fantastic app will tell you when to enter the road and at which speed, and maintain the speed, and you will experience no traffic jam. So is it a dream? Maybe when you see outside, you think, yes, this is a dream. We believe it's a bit more of a dream. Outside, you have in display the Croco project, which is one of the 5G corridors we sponsor. Europe is taking this very seriously, and actually we have, in terms of number of kilometers, the longest 5G strip of the world. We have identified a number of key corridors in Europe, which are mostly the corridors where the traffic is the highest in terms of intensity. And here, for instance, we have identified a corridor that, of course, links Luxembourg with France and Germany. It's one of the peak corridors in terms of traffic. We have also the so-called Brenner corridor, which starts from Munich and goes down to Bologna. We have the links between Spain and Portugal, the Nordic, the Baltic Way. So many of those corridors are part of these new transformative projects of mobility, and we are very happy to sponsor the start of it. So computing, communities, corridors, you can see how we think 5G can change and shape the future. But in order this to happen, of course, the technology has to be there and it needs to be deployed. Now, Prime Minister Bettel said it, there's always a bit the question mark, where stands Europe vis-à-vis United States and China? Well, in terms of technology, we can be proud. We have two of the largest technology suppliers of 5G solutions of the world. And when you sum the market share of the two, we still lead the world. In terms of number of patents, we also have the highest amount of patents in the world. We are doing less well in consumer electronics, but when you take the primary application of 5G, which is, as I said, automotive, industrial, community, smart cities, we are also doing not that bad. When it comes to deployment, it's fair to say that looking at a number of capitals in the EU that already offer commercial 5G, we are also starting to be present. But the pace of development of 5G in Europe is not even at all. We have an observatory. If you, during the coffee break, you want to look at it, it's called the 5G EU Observatory. You just search for it and you will find this fantastic website where we actually give the real-time situation of 5G deployment in member states. So, Prime Minister recalled there's a new legal obligation for member states to release and actually make sure that the operators can use the frequencies, 5G's frequencies, by the end of next year, by the end of 2020. And we will be really checking very, very thoroughly this, and we will have a very bad temper if member states will not do it. We have already opened a number of infringement proceedings of member states which are a bit late in releasing the so-called second digital dividend, 700 megahertz, and we will do the same if necessary for 5G frequencies. Now, when you look at the development in terms of assigning the frequencies, you see countries with a large population in Europe are doing relatively well, as Germany has completed the process. Italy, Spain, but there are a number of countries which have not yet started. I'm very pleased to hear that Luxembourg is making some progress into it, but the whole of the Benelux, and same to the Deputy Secretary General, is not doing that well. I mean, and this is a bit of a strange situation. I mean, Benelux is one of the most connected areas of Europe, but in terms of 5G, still, I mean, there are issues to be solved. So I really urge all the Benelux countries to take all the necessary steps to deploy quickly 5G. Prime Minister Bettel spoke about the need of more Europe when it comes to coordinating regulatory action and assigning frequencies, and I think he's totally right. Now, I'm a little bit in this sector from a little bit of time, so I remember a dinner organized by Commissioner Reding in 2006. This dinner was to convince the ministers to have a coordinated approach to assign frequencies and to have a regulator for this. And I remember that Commissioner Reding was very happy at the end of the dinner because every minister said yes. Yeah, but it was not really a yes. Maybe it was a yes out of politeness, because here we are after 3 attempts of reforming the telecom rules, and 3 times the member states pushing back on the idea of more coordination. So, frankly, Europe is all of us. It's not just, I mean, the buildings in Luxembourg or in Brussels. And if the member states, which are Europe, do not realize that going ahead in this way, in a fragmented way, will be at the end a damage to everybody, I think we will not make a huge progress. I don't think we need a gigantic bureaucratic structure sitting here in Luxembourg or in Brussels. I think we need the reflex of being more together as a team. We did it. I started my speech with supercomputing, and it was a big success. It is a big success, not only for Luxembourg, but for Europe. We did it in space, again, a big success for Luxembourg and Europe. I think we have to do it much more in 5G and connectivity, looking, for instance, at the next challenges, because believe it or not, the Commission is already very active in planning 6G, because the world does not really wait for Europe, and we need to have a solid partnership in order to be ready for to take the next challenge. So, ladies and gentlemen, I think 5G is really an important technology. As such, needs the people to actually use it, because otherwise it's just something that you show, but it's not real. That's why I'm insisting on the community. It's important for Europe, and it's all of us to work together. So I'm really looking forward to the conference, to your contribution, and I'm sorry I cannot stay, but I'm sure the colleagues that are here will tell me all the fantastic things you will going to say, and that will help us to do our work better. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Roberto. Let's keep it really short now. Benelux. Luxembourg has been traditionally very heavily involved in the Benelux region. No wonder, because it's kind of a microcosmos within Europe, which is an economic region which is important, not only for Luxembourg, but also for the other 2 Benelux countries. That's why I'm very happy also that we have Alain de Muyser today with us, Secretary General of Benelux. He can speak and tell us a little bit more about the 5G activities, especially in the Benelux region. A very warm applause for Alain de Muyser, please.
Well, actually, I will try to do it, and I will try to do it shortly. But, ladies and gentlemen, dear Vivian, dear colleagues, dear Director General, let me first tell you a little bit about the Benelux. that we were launched in 1944 as a customs union and formally institutionalized in 1958 by a treaty setting up an economic union. In 2008, the treaty was expanded to sustainable development and security matters, thus becoming a Benelux Union. As an intergovernmental organization, the Benelux Union is the initiator and forerunner of the European Common Market. Constantly adapting to new realities and challenges, the Benelux cooperation gradually evolved from a specific thematic collaboration and to encompass topics closely related to welfare and security of its individual citizens. And I think I had to remember, because most of the people know the Benelux as a concept, but don't really know what we're doing. As a Benelux Union, we do not have any mandate to deal with the actual rollout of the 5G technologies. And yet, as stated by our prime ministers in the Common Declaration in 2016, we recognize that the digital economy is a powerful catalyst for innovation, growth, and social prosperity. We are aware that the 5G will be one of the most critical building blocks of our digital economy and society next decades. So, what is the Benelux added value in that context? I think the Prime Minister recalled it. We are in the top 10. All the 3 Benelux countries are in the top 10 of the European Commission's 2019 Digital Economies and Society Index. We are recognized as global forerunners in digitalization, but I would like to say each one of us individually. What we need is we need to share our knowledge. We need to share our innovation. We need together to bundle our expertise. We need to set priorities. And we just can't remain in a virtual world. We need to tackle real-world problems in bringing together experts from across many disciplines. That is basically what the Benelux wants to do. But in the Benelux, each country might have its own agenda, but is willing to work together. The strength of the Benelux is to create a legal framework which allows a sound cooperation. We do that over 60 years now. We do it, and I think it was already said, the mutual trust element is very important in the Benelux. Knowing that the best cooperation is fueled by fair competition. It is not my purpose to dwell on the state of preparedness, the hesitations, the political issues or discussions in each of our countries. That is not my purpose. My task is to highlight how and where, as Benelux, we can work together, along which lines we want to continue to work. But allow me to underline first, and I think that is important for everyone to understand, that our raison d'être, as we are, is to create the legal environment so as to allow cross-border initiatives and projects between partners in the 3 countries and beyond. France, Germany, or any other countries or region who wants to work with us and is able to work with us. Baltic states, for instance, we are engaged with them. Visegrad countries, we are engaged. The Nordic Council, we are working with. So our objectives. First, to closely collaborate on targeted projects which have transnational or cross-border aspects. Secondly, being keen promoters of European integration, to encourage and support coordination, if not harmonization, in the transposition execution of European legislation. Thirdly, and I think that is, for me, one of the most important parts, to be a platform to exchange best practices, foster innovation, support new developments, and last but not least, give the political decision makers the tools to take appropriate action. Now, this was all very theoretical, and that's why I want to go just an overview and quickly to say what we are doing. In the field of mobility, transport, and logistics, the Benelux digital transport strategy entails many projects under the motto, more mobility, more connectivity, more automatization. I took a couple of them. The digitalization of transport documents, among others, a pilot project relating to the electronic consignment note, so-called ECMR, are currently being undertaken. By 2020, so next year, should see similar projects extended to inland navigation. digitalization of customs procedures, more specifically the electronic exchange of customs and certification data. Benelux initiated this year with India a first project on food and agricultural projects to facilitate controls, to be more efficient and speed up the clearance of goods and ensure validity of certificates. The improvement of real-time exchange of information between transport inspection services to increase safety, traceability, and social rights of workers. The setting up of a Benelux intermodal freight transport platform to promote multimodality and to be the forerunner in combining digitalization and sustainable development. They are small projects, but they are building stocks. And in the same spirit, for instance, clean maritime shipping projects will need better accessibility and data exchange. Projects relating to cross-border flights of drones will need specific legislation and appropriate setup. And more generally, innovations, and I think the DG talked about it, so I'm going to be much shorter, but connected and automated vehicles, development of ITS need this improvement in the 5G or the 5G improvement to improve the safety, efficiency, sustainability in transport networks. And will require, and that is Benelux again, tailor-made adaptations along borders to enable cross-border projects. When I look at security, development of 5G can undeniably help in the framework, for instance, of the Benelux Police Cooperation, strengthened thanks to a new treaty, not 5G treaty, but a new treaty signed in 2018, a series of innovative activities which will need 5G technology to be fully effective have been developed. Needless to say, data sharing in a globalized world where criminals have access to all possible information is essential. But as a concrete example, a further development of the Benelux police applications for smartphones launched last year, which gives the police forces exact and up-to-date indications on the rules and provisions which are to be followed in the context of cross-border interventions, will need optimal connectivity. The better the network coverage, the better the police will be able to ensure the safety of us all. Crisis management, the need to optimize the flow of information is top priority. We organized in 2019 a workshop entitled Long-Term Blackout. The workshop was designed to see what the potential possibilities of communication flows would be and to ensure that internal communication between operators and crisis managers as well as external communications with the media and the population could be. The development of internet has generated on the other side as well fraudulent practices. We are active in combating tax evasion since 2004. 5G should enable the further advance in online detection systems such as TNA, which stands for Transaction Network Analysis, a Benelux tool which was handed over to the EU in 2018 and which is a data mining software whose algorithm detects suspicious transaction indicating VAT frauds, or the development of new developments like FCI's net, which is decentralized computer systems which will allow criminal investigation services to work in all autonomy. I know that I should go on with health. I should go on with as well artificial intelligence, but I see on my right side, I'm told that I'm speaking already too much, so I am kind of closing it off, although I have a lot of things to say. But I want to say last, it's in a way last but not least, I need to raise another challenge, and that challenge comes to the core business which we are, and that is in relation with the completion of the single market, be it digital or not. In their action plan, which was called Action Plan for Jobs and Growth, the Benelux Prime Ministers explicitly acknowledged the importance of Benelux internal market, and one of the priorities set was the internal market for retail, and related to that of e-commerce and digital single market. Let me see. One of the problems which is there is and that was one of the top priorities of the Luxembourg presidency, was the so-called territorial supply constraints, which actually hinders the market. And that is one of the topics why the DG told us in saying, well, in the Benelux doesn't function. In the Benelux doesn't function because in the Commission, or in Europe as well, we have a problem with constraints on the market. And we would be wise to continue next year our efforts to cancel as much as possible the negative effects of these constraints and the electronic corollary, which are called the geo-blocking. E-commerce and the upcoming m-commerce linked to the 5G would greatly benefit from it. And beyond, we will need to address the question of connectivity issues, specifically in border regions. I think it has been said already, but I need to stress it again. We need as well to see the possible cross-border infrastructure sharing. The technology is available. We can do it. Benelux, as I said again, is ready to put the environment, the ecosystem on it to make that happen as such. But what would be not acceptable is to treat border regions as second zone citizens. We need it for our consumers, we need it for our businesses, that they can expand and that they can have a 5G as well, just as the rest of the countries. So yes, there are challenges ahead. I talked of some. I skipped some due to time constraints. But as a Benelux representative, I'm looking forward to enlightening discussions and the pitfalls of them. As our Prime Minister stated, to bring our digital ecosystems closer to each other to facilitate and accelerate the development of digital champions out of the Benelux. We, I think, can acknowledge that 5G will need a little bit of competition, but will need specifically a lot of cooperation. And that's why let's share our intelligence. Thank you very much, and sorry to have been brief.
Thank you very much, Alain. That was really a very great overview. Sorry that we have to keep it really short. It was not my intention to make you nervous, but highly appreciated actually that you are squeezing so many information really in this short speech. As Xavier Bettel highlighted, kind of Europe is a little bit squeezed between Asia and America when it comes to 5G. So where are we standing? What is the status quo? Let's have a look at this with the first 3 keynote speeches that we're having today. Let's start with Fredrik Zetterlund, who's going to give an overview of the status quo of 5G in Europe. A very warm welcome, please, to Fredrik.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor to be here today and talk about 5G in Europe. I'm Fredrik Zetterlund. I am from Stockholm, Sweden. I am co-founder of the OnePhone Group. I'm also Chief Business Development Officer of BT OnePhone, where we replace fixed-line telephony services with mobile solutions for businesses, and we do that as part of BT, British Telecom. Today is December. Exactly 10 years ago, in Stockholm and Oslo, the 4G mobile technology was launched to the world. Europe was leading the commercial introduction of 4G. In those days, it wasn't particularly easy, though. It looked like this. You had to have a dongle, you had to use a PC and hook that up, and if you did it with fair winds, you maybe got some 40 megabits per second speed. That's how 4G looked when it was launched, but it was launched in Europe. There were no handsets, however. It took a full 2 years more before there were any handsets. In 2012 was the first time when you could buy a handset on the street. But since then, as we all know, the 4G evolution has been quite fantastic. The networks, the smartphones, how they have evolved, and the applications have altogether helped transform our day-to-day life. Today, 10 years on, we're speaking about 5G. 5G is a new technology, the next generation. It's designed to fulfill a number of different applications and use cases. We have enhanced mobile broadband, which is faster, better speeds. There are also a number of new applications like ultra-reliable applications. We have massive machine-type applications and very many different applications that I think we'll speak more about over the coming days here at the conference, and you can also see various examples in the exhibition. I will not go into the detail right now on those possibilities. However, the first and most visible and easy to understand application for 5G is the enhanced mobile broadband, and that's a faster and better connection. So what is that, and how does that differ from 4G? Well, as we heard earlier, not so many of us here have had a 5G phone to experience this ourselves. So I thought it would be useful to share a little bit what that can look like. 3 weeks ago, I was in the city of Shenzhen in China, just north of Hong Kong. I was in a taxi. I had a 5G phone. I had a 5G subscription from China Mobile, who had just launched their new 5G network in Shenzhen. So how do I experience what 5G actually is in this first launch year of 5G? Well, I did a quick speed test with the mobile phone right there in the taxi. I recorded a little video, and I'll just show you what that looked like as we cruise along with a taxi just ad hoc in the city of Shenzhen. So we can already see it's something different to the experience of 4G. Here we have a download speed of about 500 megabits per second in the street, in the taxi moving about. In 4G, maybe 40 megabits per second, it varies, but about 10 times faster compared to 4G. We also see the upload speed, in this case 40 megabits per second, also faster than 4G, but notably not as much faster as the download speed. There's another interesting measure here on this one for the technology-interested persons here. It's the ping time, 10 milliseconds here. That's basically the reaction time, the time it takes for the signal to go from the mobile phone through the mobile network to a server and back. 10 milliseconds is about 5 times faster than the 4G network. And that quick reaction time of the 4G network is one of the key differentiators that will underpin new things like vehicle control and completely new ways of doing online gaming. But this little video actually shows us a few more things. One, it was not just a test base station or a small test network. This was a real commercial network that you could use as an everyday consumer, rolling out in a taxi. There was no instructions, the taxi didn't know where to go. Well, they got me to the destination, but they didn't have a good idea of where the 5G network is. Another interesting observation is that this was a 5G mobile handset, looking like any modern handset. It wasn't a PC dongle like 10 years ago. So the handsets are available already when we launch 5G and introduce it to consumers, right there from the start. And I think the last observation here is that this experience is in China. It's not in Europe. And Europe is not alone in this, and we'll come back to what that looks like shortly. If we look around the world, we see that 5G has been launched in quite a few different places across continents. This is the Ookla speed test map, the 5G speed test map from around the world. The figures here, they say what the number of locations that they have found 5G in. There are a couple of regions worthwhile calling out before we start talking about Europe. And we have China, we just talked about it. It's very ambitious. In the city of Shenzhen alone, China Mobile had 4,000 base stations for the launch and is planning to have 45,000 base stations in the next year in that city area alone. Then we have South Korea. which is, I think, the leader in the world on 5G at this time. Not only in the network rollout with tens of thousands of base stations, but also in the consumer take-up and early service experiences. For South Korea, we'll hear more about the experience from Mr. Resnizek in a coming speech here. And we also have the US position, where 5G is rolled out rather aggressively, and we will hear more about the US experience from Mr. Bhardwaj shortly. So, these big markets, these very ambitious rollouts in these markets mean that there is devices, there is network infrastructure, a very high pace of development of those things, regardless of what we do in Europe. So what does it look like in Europe? If we zoom in on Europe and look at this map, this is from 3 days ago. I don't think you should pay attention too much to the specific figures and exact points, but I think it provides a message. One first observation is that 4G was launched in Sweden and Norway 10 years ago, the leaders in the early introduction of 4G. So where are those countries on this map? Completely blank. You cannot use 4G as a regular consumer in those countries today. Another interesting observation is that it's a small country that is leading 5G in Europe. You see, Switzerland has the highest number there, and it's actually one operator there, Sunrise, that has taken the opportunity to have a leading position for 5G, including rolling out 5G in rural situations and trying to get a competitive position improved in both mobile and broadband with the use of 5G. That is something which is reminiscent of the ambitions that we see in China and South Korea. But elsewhere in Europe, yes, we have a lot of dots on the maps, but unfortunately they are exactly that, dots. We have, it means that the 5G coverage is there, but the number of base stations, the coverage area, is very small around those dots. For example, in the United Kingdom, BT introduced 5G in May this year. When they introduced 5G, they said that they would roll out 100 base stations per month this year to reach a total of 1,500 for the entire United Kingdom. Compare that with the 4,000 in the city of Shenzhen only. In Germany, I think when 5G was launched, there was an announcement of 129 base stations. Again, for the whole country of Germany, compared to 4,000 in the city of Shenzhen, tens of thousands in the next year, and probably 1 million in a few years' time in China, and we'll hear more about the South Korean ambition in this regard. So why do we have this situation with only these dotted experiences in many of the European countries? When you speak around with operators and vendors and other stakeholders, there are actually many reasons listed. We have one of the very easy to understand is, for example, there is no spectrum available. It's not even possible to deploy and launch 5G. We have situations with fiber not being available. Fiber is a critical infrastructure for being able to roll out 5G, and if that's not available, that's a big problem. We have uncertainty about government policy. In some markets, we also have actually pretty good 4G networks, so there's no pressing need to move into 5G, is the perception. Or an operator may think, okay, my competitor's actually not yet moving, so I can stay safe and I don't have to move into 5G. And lastly, there's also the business case around 5G. What does it look like? Uncertainty about that. And there is, in addition to that, various regulatory, local conditions, building permits, landlord discussions, and so on. It's a plethora of different reasons that come up to illustrate why are we in the main in Europe behind in the early rollout of 5G. So, Is this all gloom and are we lost behind in Europe? No. I think it's still early days for 5G. There is more opportunities ahead. If we look at the deployment schedule for 5G, we're actually in just the first phase right now after 4G. So the first phase for 5G is to roll out the coverage. Initially, that is done as a bolt-on on the 4G network, basically as a speed booster and capacity booster of the 4G network. That is called non-standalone 5G new radio. But after that, there is another phase. That's when you replace also the central parts of the 5G network, and it becomes a 5G network end-to-end. And in that second phase, which is called 5G standalone, that's actually where many of the new applications become possible, such as these ultra-reliable applications, massive machine-type applications, and many of the new concepts and things that are being thought as part of the future for 5G. There are also new concepts in that second phase, like network slicing, edge computing, new security concepts, and many new applications and so forth that we haven't even thought about. Now, the good thing here is that actually technology for that phase isn't yet ready. Standards are not fully ready for that phase, so there is still some time to work out and find positions for that second phase. The first phase to build out coverage will be a necessary precondition to succeed with anything 5G in the second phase. In fact, to use 5G in the second phase, you have to have contiguous 5G coverage. So an area where you have coverage, radio coverage for 5G. You can do that in localized use cases like hospitals, also on a city basis, a factory, and we see many interesting initiatives around that area. But the truly transformative is probably when you roll out 5G in your whole country and everyone can use the service on the same basis everywhere. Now, that is something which is not so easy in a big country. China, even in China, that is a huge challenge. And in big countries in Europe, Germany, etc., or Sweden for that matter, which is huge in terms of surface, that's not so easy. But here is where I think there might be an interesting opportunity for a small country where such a rollout actually is not such a challenge, and it may offer an interesting way of getting a leading position. So around this whole phase here, I'm sure that there are several interesting positions where one can find both opportunity and leadership for the 5G path ahead. And with that, I'd like to thank you and for this presentation. If you have any further questions to me, I am available in the coffee areas, etc., and don't hesitate to get in touch with me for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the status quo, Fredrik. Let's have a look over the Atlantic towards America. Whoever traveled through America a little bit outside of the big cities knows that the 4G network in America still looks like partly a Swiss cheese. There are a lot of holes in it, and having a connection without interruption is quite difficult. Yet, in the bigger cities, 5G is already rolled out, but I'm not as competent as Pradeep Bhardwaj to give us an overview about the situation in the US. Please welcome Pradeep.
Distinguished guests at the conference, a very good morning to you all. It's a great pleasure for me to be here this morning. So in my keynote today, I'm going to talk about how 5G is going to create a new world order, and share the American perspective. So when we say creating a new world order, what exactly do we mean by that? This phrase New World Order has been used at various points in the history. World War I, World War II, Cold War, Gulf War, and so on. The 28th President of America, Woodrow Wilson, talked about this new world order when he proposed the League of Nations right after the First World War. So when we talk about this new world order, we talk about things that would have a seismic shift, a dramatic change in political landscape and balance of power. Things that come to your mind are things like democracy, global governance, international peace and cooperation, collective security, and so on. And these are the kind of things that have helped us evolve as a mankind so successfully. But what has the new world order got to do with 5G? Before we try to understand that, I would like to take you to take a look at what exactly is 5G. We have seen lots of definitions of 5G. So I wanted to put some perspective into that. 5G is arguably the biggest technology we have seen in the mobile industry. It's a complete paradigm shift. Unlike previous generations, 5G is much more than a technology. In fact, it is not a single technology, as was the case with previous generations. It's a combination of many, many technologies. More than that, it is a framework that will influence and enable a vast multitude of industry market verticals, opening up new frontiers and unlimited possibilities. It's a catalyst for digital lifestyle, smart cities, smart living, smart infrastructure, connected and autonomous cars, factories of the future, and so on. I always felt there is a need to define 5G not just in a simplistic way, but also in a way that it captures the tremendous scope and influence that 5G has. So that is why I came up with this definition of 5G, as you can see on this chart. It's an ecosystem of systems. It is a system of systems. It's an umbrella of technologies which will revolutionize not just the mobile industry, but lots of market verticals to become the cornerstone for a digital economy and connected society of the future. Now, coming back to the question of creating a new world order, let us put 5G into perspective here. 5G is not just another next big thing. You can actually bet on 5G to be the next BET, to be the next bet. And that BET actually is the breakthrough enabling technologies. You can think of electricity. Electricity, when it was invented, had the most profound influence on the planet. And we expect 5G to have more or less the same kind of influence for generations to come. Obviously, we would have iterations of next generations of technology in the form of 6G, on which work has already started in many parts of the world, including ITU and here in Europe. 5G is going to take mobile to new frontiers for the first time beyond the realm of communication services. Today, mobile technology is all about communication and conversational class services. But 5G is going to dramatically change that. The kind of benefits 5G is going to bring would be tremendous. Benefits to the world in the form of lots of exciting things, safer communities, a greener planet, cleaner planet, connected everything. But it's not just the world, to the nations also. 5G is going to bring lots of benefits in the form of digital economy, smart cities, transforming public services. And for businesses and enterprises, you can think of the benefits like Industry 4.0, manufacturing, factories of the future, advanced robotics, and so on. But importantly for citizens, the physical, emotional, and material benefits of a connected society, improving lives, mental and physical health, how we interact, how we communicate, how we consume services. These are just some of the examples that 5G would enable. I'm sure all of this combined together adds up to constitute that seismic shift, that dramatic transformation leading to a new world order. So where are we in terms of 5G adoption? We are well underway on this 5G journey. Close to 50 operators have already launched commercial 5G mobile services. So let us take a look at who these operators are and where exactly they are. So as you can see on this chart, in the US, all the 4 large operators have gone commercial with 5G mobile services. But the important point to note here is that there is significant activity, not just in America, not just in Asia, but in all regions in the world. And I think that is very important because that augurs very well for a truly global technology to be representative in all parts of the world. Talking about America in particular, America has always been the beacon, the benchmark for the mobile industry. In this chart, you can see this interesting infographic from GSMA Intelligence, which gives you some interesting insights. America is by far the largest market in the world, a staggering 50% larger than China. 26% of the entire global mobile revenues, just one single country bringing in 26% of the global revenues. But it's not just the revenues. America has led by example on almost every aspect, whether it is the total revenues, $280 billion, mobile penetration, 85%, smartphone penetration, 83%, ARPU, the average revenue per user, in the region of $42 to $46. CapEx, $353 billion would be spent by America in the next few years until 2025. But the important thing is 85%, 87% of that would be spent on 5G alone. I think that is staggering. But it is not just the numbers. It is actually the depth and breadth of the use cases and services that we see in America. It has been a remarkable success story for the mobile industry. And we do not expect the situation to change with 5G. The previous speaker was talking about some speeds around the continents in the limited 5G launches that we have seen so far. I would also like to share with you a recent report from OpenSignal, performed in June, found that the US 5G networks are the fastest in the world, with 5G speeds in the US around 58% faster than the next nearest country. It is still early days, but if you talk to users, what is the most compelling benefit of 5G? They still see speed as the foremost benefit. Let us now take a look at where we are in terms of operator launches and operator activity in US. So the 5G story in the US started with the launch of 5G by Verizon for the service called Fixed Wireless Access in October last year, but that was based on the pre-5G standards, the 5GTF standards that Verizon had. And shortly thereafter, the standards got finalized by 3GPP, and AT&T came up with the standard-based mobile service, and then came Sprint, and then we had T-Mobile, and then we had Verizon launching the standard-based mobile services, and then we had T-Mobile recently back again, launching only 2 weeks ago, nationwide 5G mobile services covering 200 million subscribers. I also wanted to give you an insight into the policy and regulatory developments in the US. In order to establish and maintain its 5G leadership, FCC, the American operator, has formulated a very comprehensive strategy, what it calls the 5G FAST. FAST stands for Facilitating America's Superiority in 5G Technology. This strategy has essentially 3 main components. The first component is to ensure spectrum availability in a timely manner. The second component is to evolve the infrastructure policy and regulations around it so that infrastructure like small cells can be deployed very quickly in a very cost-effective manner without any regulatory hurdles. And the third one is to look at streamlining some of the very obsolete and outdated regulations in different states of the country. And there's a lot that is happening in all these different areas. And finally, the regulator is making sure that funding does not become a constraint. And towards this end, FCC has announced just last week a funding of $9 billion for the Rural America program. In terms of spectrum, we all know how important spectrum is. And in the US, there has been a clear focus to ensure spectrum availability in all the bands, high band, mid band, low band, and even unlicensed band. So far, we have had 2 main auctions for the 28 and 24 gigahertz. And in fact, the bidding in the third auction, which is auction 103, actually started yesterday. And this is for 37, 39, and 47 gigahertz. And this particular auction 103 is the largest in the world, never seen before anywhere in the world, which would release a staggering 3,400 megahertz of spectrum. Yes, 3,400 megahertz of spectrum, out of which there will be 24 blocks of 100 megahertz each in the 37 and 39 gigahertz, and there will be 10 blocks of 100 megahertz each in the 47 gigahertz spectrum. This is unprecedented. So as you can see, there are different strategies in play here. And it is very important to get the spectrum strategy right for any country, any continent. because spectrum is what determines the coverage, the capacity, and the cost objectives. But beyond that, spectrum also determines the investment model for the long term. Briefly, I also want to take a moment to discuss what is fundamentally so different in 5G. 5G is not only creating a new world, it is also bringing a new approach for this new world and several new dimensions to this, in the form of new services, in the form of new stakeholders, new capabilities, new network concepts, and new architecture. And all of this actually underpins the huge potential that 5G has as a technology for the future, as a game changer. I understand no discussion about 5G would be complete without talking about 5G security. With 5G poised to play a central role in the economy and the society, there has been an increased focus on the security implications of 5G. We have seen recently the ongoing tensions around the world amidst the furore caused by the ramifications of 5G in geopolitics. Here in Europe, European Commission released its 33-page 5G security report on the 9th of October, just a few weeks ago, in which it made several observations. Amongst other things, it called out the corporate governance issues in terms of level of transparency and the types of corporate governance structures. And that is why 5G security has assumed a new meaning in the geopolitical context. Nations now need to fundamentally reassess the threat potential that they face, the vulnerabilities that exist, the priorities, the strategy, the policy framework, the roadmap in this new paradigm of 5G security. We need a new approach to privacy and security in the world of 5G and IoT. It was interesting to hear Prime Minister Bettel talk about trust. Trust is the most important element of any security model, more so in the context of communication networks, which have fundamentally relied upon a great degree of collaboration within the mobile ecosystem. So security must be looked at as being part of the return on investment in the 5G business case, because there is a lot at stake here. As I said before, 5G is a complete paradigm shift. But not just that there are new stakeholders, new services, these stakeholders also need to act differently. And because there are several stakeholders, collaboration and integration of these multiple industry verticals is also key. We will also have to come up with new business models and embrace new partnerships. Finally, let me conclude on a forward-looking note. As a society, we have made great progress, but we have a long way to go still. We must bridge the digital divide that still exists in many parts of the world to deliver digital dividend. When we talk about how technology would shape, influence, and enable everything we do as a connected society, as a digital economy, or as smart cities, none of that would be possible without adequate digital connectivity. We must therefore ratify digital connectivity as an essential utility along the same lines as what we do today for water, electricity, gas. These must be mandated for each and every development project, existing and new. So I look forward to some great conversations through the next 2 days at the conference. Thank you once again.
Thank you very much, Pradeep, for this overview about the situation in America and actually also beyond. Now let's conclude this session of keynotes with the last overview, which is of the Asian market and the situation in Asia. I leave it to Chris Resnicek to give us an overview about the Asian market before we are going to run into the coffee break. Chris, the stage is yours.
Thank you, and good morning. My name is Chris Resnicek. I'm head of XR partnerships at LGU Plus. It's a South Korean telecom organization. And despite my very European last name, I'm not European. I actually come and live in South Korea. And today, building on what my colleagues previously spoke about, I'll actually be giving some more tangible feedback about what's happening in Asia and why Asia is truly leading the way in the 5G market. So before I begin, though, it's a great honor to be here and share our experience as one of the first telcos in the world to have commercialized mobile 5G. And it's truly an exciting time in Asia for 5G, so I hope I can communicate some of that. First off, I'll begin a little bit with the overview of 5G in East Asia. When we look at Asia overall, East Asia is the main focus, as some colleagues have mentioned, for 5G. And here you can kind of see the timeline. So in Korea, I'll begin with, since leading the world in commercialization of 5G mobile services since last April, we are witnessing the changes 5G is bringing to the daily lives of our customers in Korea, ranging from their usage in the subway, movie theaters, shopping, both on the move and at home. It's amazing. So by the end of this month, actually, our 5G network will cover 90% of the population. And also by the end of the year here, total 5G subscriber count will be surpassing 5 million. Now, to give you a little bit of an example about what that actually means, within 8 months of launch, we've reached 10% of the population. That's tremendous. That's beyond our expectations. Now, it doesn't stop there, though. Our neighbor to the west, China, is trying to strengthen its 5G dominance by rapidly deploying 5G in 50-plus cities within 1 month since launching in last November. China's already secured 870 million subscribers in that 1 month and is certainly on track to become the biggest 5G market in the world by early next year. Now, on the other side of Korea, we have Japan, and Japan is trying to use next year's Summer Olympics as really the main stage to showcase their efforts in 5G. So even the last player in their market is aggressively targeting 15+ million subscribers by 2025. Now, when we talk about 2025 targets, you can see a chart from GSMA here at the bottom right, highlighting what the number of 5G connections will be in 2025 for the APAC region, the #1 market in the world for 5G. And here we can see some highlights range from 66% of connections in South Korea being across 5G, and 464 million plus subscribers on the 5G network in China. So these are tremendous numbers, tremendous advancements, and targets for the 2025 timeframe. But let me take a deeper look into what's happening in the 5G situation in South Korea so I can provide some more tangible examples. So LGU Plus and other carriers in Korea actually together launched the world's first mobile 5G commercial services last April. And within 7 months, there have been over 4.2 million 5G subscribers in Korea. During that same period, we've seen 43% of all new mobile subscribers choosing 5G over 4G, which again, that far exceeded our expectations in a positive way. Also in that same period, Korea has led the global 5G market, accounting for 78% of the world's 5G subscribers. Now you'll note that these numbers are through October. Together with the Chinese market launch in November, these numbers have certainly changed. Now, you can see on the left here the attributes of a 5G network, and we all know it's a fine, excellent network. We cannot argue that. 10 times faster connections, 10 times less latency, 10 times the capacity for device connections. And luckily, LGU Plus, as a core and close partnership with Huawei, has been able to do even more with our network with even smaller spectrum. So it's been tremendous on the network side. But we still have a challenge, and the challenge is this. Customers are still questioning the value of 5G. Why is that? At the end of the day, the truth is consumers can go about their day with current 4G speeds. They can enjoy 1080p, FHD, quality video streaming services from YouTube, from Netflix, with no problem on typical and standard 4G networks. And an additional challenge we have in Korea is that we're among the world's fastest LTE download speeds coming out of Korea. So even more challenges. So the fundamental question we faced was, what new value can we provide to consumers for 5G? Why 5G? So let's take a look about how LGU Plus specifically is transforming customers' daily lives with the power of 5G. Now, in order to deliver killer 5G services, we've been able to map the 5G characteristics, especially of high speed and low latency, with specific service categories. So what you can see here is the multi-channel broadcasting and immersive media really taking care of the high speed, and then cloud taking care of low latency. So first, a variety of multi-channel services that send a bundle of multiple video channels at a time is what we have referred to as multi-channel broadcasting. Second, immersive media services really provide 3D experiences such as AR and VR. Finally, cloud services, due to the power of low latency and 5G, really enable a device to use the cloud with services that seem like they're embedded on the device. So let me give you some more details and tangible examples of this. Multi-channel services, again, providing various streams, video streams generated by multiple cameras. Users can easily choose their own experience. Basically, what we're providing them is an opportunity to see the unseen. They're not seeing what the broadcaster is pushing out to them. They're seeing what it is they want to see. Okay, it's a new concept of live broadcasting that we've been able to launch. And let me share with you an example of how it's applied to baseball. Can somebody play the video here? How do I play the video?
Zoom in and replay selected spots and scenes with U+ Pro Baseball. Multi-channel. Select and view play scenes of outfield and each base on demand. It is also possible to view scenes with broadcasting in one screen simultaneously. Enjoy the high resolution and vivid scenes, even when the screen is enlarged. Closely observe the home basement by rotating the screen in different angles.
So this is a new generation in broadcasting. With this multi-channel service, we've enabled the next generation of broadcasting for sports and entertainment, specifically regarding baseball, as you just saw, but also golf and K-pop performances. And recently, we also launched a service that is providing this multi-channel live broadcasting to online gaming, because esports is the second most watched sport in Korea. Next, we can see here is AR and VR. It's a new way of seeing 3D immersive content. The very large data size of 3D immersive content requires high data traffic, and throughput speeds of more than 50 megabits per second, which is 10 times higher than traditional 2D video streaming. Okay, so realistically, 5G is the only cellular network that can provide such high-quality immersive media content. However, what we faced when we were developing the service is it's very difficult to find high-quality 3D AR/VR content, especially localized for our market. So we decided to actually produce our own original AR and VR content. Through this effort, LGU Plus subscribers are now currently enjoying over 1,000 pieces of AR and VR content each in our platforms. And beyond VOD, we're also offering live broadcasting of events, sporting events, or other festivals and fun events in VR, live streaming. So let's take a look at how our service looks for AR, if we can play the video. We'll begin with VR then.
Experience more than a reality with U+ VR. Contents are made at a high resolution to relieve from any possible dizziness. Series of contents are available at a single VR portal, including the exclusives that are only available with LGU+. You can meet and date your favorite star, become the character of a webtoon, and enjoy the world-renowned shows at a VIP seat.
If we can go back a slide to AR.
Dance with K-pop stars and share recorded clips with U+ AR. Enjoy the clip of your star's dance with zoom in and 360 degrees rotating functions. Record and share your dance moves with a star using the 3D star sticker. Upload to your personal social network account and share with your friends.
Great, thank you. And last but not least, we have the impact of the cloud. Now, this is not a new concept, but even while smartphones are getting more and more powerful, there's almost unlimited computing power in the cloud. And 5G low latency makes the cloud experience feel as if whatever application is actually embedded and installed directly on the smartphone. So through 5G, the smartphone can be a powerful gaming rig, 4K graphics editor, or anything else you can imagine. For the first example I'll show you today, we've actually partnered with NVIDIA, the leader of computer graphics, and we've launched the world's first 5G cloud gaming service based off their GeForce Now platform. So here's a video of the impact of this. Can we play the video?
Experience the world's first 5G network-based cloud game with U+ Cloud Game. There is no need to buy the expensive gaming PC or console. Just enjoy AAA games right away without downloading them. LGU+ provides more than 100 best-acclaimed PC games, along with previously purchased ones, at a single gaming platform. Play the game on the go at any place, with multiple devices, including 5G phone and PC.
So 5G will truly transform the traditional cloud service concept into mobile edge computing services. Tightly coupling cloud infrastructure with mobile networks will generate faster, more effective, and more converged services than ever imagined. Another area of 5G service is B2B, which we have not focused on yet, but due to time, I'll try to just cover this at a high level. I'm not going to go into any details about our 5G service lineup for B2B, but 5G really enables a very new way for a lot of areas of work across industry. ranging from connected car and autonomous car, which has already been mentioned, but also to factories, ports, remote control of construction equipment or heavy industry equipment, to even school. So especially autonomous driving is actually a major area where telcos can strongly contribute. That's due to mobile edge computing, CV2X, HD dynamic mapping, and image recognition technologies. So let me show you a quick overview, one more video about what we're doing for
U+ Autonomous
cars.
Driving 5G. Safer and more accurate driving experience. Autonomous car collects information and transmits data to surrounding cars. Once a preceding car detects accidents, it transmits to surrounding cars in real time through 5G network. Autonomous cars receive traffic data and updates its dynamic map. Cars around receives accidents information and regenerate dynamic map instantly to make a detour for driver safety. Dynamic map with 5G network will safely take you to destination.
So special thank you to the AV guys. That's the last video. Now, I hope that this kind of shared you some tangible examples of specifically what LGU Plus is doing in the Korean market. Now, there's some other things that the Japanese players are targeting, some other things that the Chinese market is targeting. But I hope you appreciated what it is that we're doing. But let me share with you now some success metrics that we've seen after an 8 full months of commercialization. Now, we've seen an average data traffic increase, moving to 5G of more than 30 gigabytes per month, which is 3 times higher than what we experienced over 4G LTE. ARPU is, of course, a very important metric for telcos, and what we've been able to see with our ARPU is a 46% increase, higher than LTE. It equates to a great opportunity to increase sales and profits and be able to turn around and make more services for our consumers. Additionally, due to our original and exclusive services that I showed today, it's resulting in a shift in local market share as well in our favor, luckily, with an increase of a full 10 percentage points. So all very, very promising. Now, after our initial phase of 5G services, which you saw, we are continuing to develop and expand our 5G service lineup with high-quality content and services powered by 5G, for example, home fitness and AR shopping, which we've recently launched, and even beyond that. Now, since last April when we launched 5G, many telcos have been interested and visited U+ to see and understand more about our services. Now, the slogan of this conference is innovation across borders, and I think that that's really the way that 5G can succeed. So working together, 5G will continue to reshape the daily lives of not only our subscribers, but subscribers around the world beyond even our current imagination. And by the way, you can find me anywhere in the conference, but also we have a workshop scheduled tomorrow for any of the telco colleagues in the conference. We'd love to talk about collaboration opportunities and innovation across borders. Now, that's the end of my presentation. It's been a pleasure to be here with you today, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Chris, for this overview. And, well, that's it for the first part. One thing that 5G definitely cannot, it cannot serve you a good coffee. And this coffee you will have in the coffee break. We're going to cut the coffee break a little bit shorter. So I see you here again in the room for the panel discussions at 11:15 and no later. So don't disappoint me. Thank you very much and enjoy the coffee break. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the second part of the conference. We have upcoming 3 extremely interesting panel discussions. And I'm not going to lose any time now, to waste any time now. We're going to start right away with first panel discussion, which is a panel discussion about cross-border communications. For this, I need some help on stage because a panel just with me would be a little bit boring. That's why I invite on stage Edwin Bussem from KPN, Cliff Consbrook from 5G Croco, Didier Charvet from Orange, and Matteo Gatta from Proximus. Please, a very warm applause for my panelists. Just some logistical works of distributing the microphones. Let's start with a short time that we have. 20 minutes are really not a lot to cover this quite complex topic. Let's make a short introduction round. Please, Didier, your turn to introduce yourself, and then one after each other.
So, Didier Charvet, I'm Chief Technology and Information Officer for Orange Europe. And I've worked quite for some time in telecommunications in different countries, in France, in Africa, in America as well. So quite a long experience from this point of view.
Perfect.
Edwin Bussem, I work with KPN, which is the incumbent operator in the Netherlands, as a strategic development manager in the area of mobility and the relationship to 5G.
Thank you. Cliff Consbrook, I'm Director of Post Telecom.
Matteo Gatta, I'm in charge of technology strategy and innovation for Proximus Group, with currently focus on mobile as well.
Thank you very much. Well, when we speak about cross-border communication, Luxembourg is definitely the country which is probably the most touched by cross-border communication, because you know very well, 30 minutes, you're outside of the country, so it's inevitable to get in touch with other countries, and cross-border problems, or I would say challenges that you might face when you're implementing technology cross-border. First question that I have, I would like always to kind of give a real-world example. Cliff, you're active in the 5G Croco, and you have a very exciting project which is about autonomous driving in the greater region. Can you tell us a little bit more in a few words about this project and what it means to work in this cross-border environment?
Yeah, so Post has been, Post is part of a consortium of 24 international companies, companies like Volkswagen, like Volvo, so car manufacturers, companies like Ericsson, Huawei, so technology providers, and also operators, and like Post, like Orange in France, and Deutsche Telekom in Germany. The objective of the project is to qualify 5G for 3 autonomous driving use cases, and this in a cross-border scenario. And so we have defined a motorway between Germany, France, and Luxembourg, on which these tests will take place to qualify 5G in 3 different use cases.
Now, when we speak about such a project is a project which cannot be handled only by one single operator or service provider. Didier, how is it to work together now in such a project or in general projects like this cross-border with different operators? What do you see as challenges and maybe also kind of benefits working together with other providers?
First of all, from a technology point of view, due to GSM association from the beginning, the technology is very, very standardized. So we know that we can interconnect any operators and having really seamless services. What we need is to partner with service providers to make sure that we can offer the service. You mentioned about 5G Croco with the service related to safety, in fact, related to the first one that I understood are going to be related to safety. So it means exchange of a lot of information. And in this sense, 5G will bring the possibility to exchange all this information. Technology is ready. What we need as well is to make sure that from a regulation point of view, we are aligned so that this exchange cross-border could be really done. From a technology, that's no issue. From regulation, there are a lot of alignments already. We probably will need to go further in order to really implement that.
Mm-hmm. About regulation issues, it's a very interesting topic. Also, Edwin, can you dive a little bit more into the regulation issues when it comes to cross-border technologies?
Well, from a regulatory perspective, and I always compare it to when you bring your kids to school. The first day you walk them inside the door, and maybe the second day even, but the third day you drop them off at the schoolyard, and fourth day you maybe even drop them off at the corner. Especially what I feel very strongly about is that when you have these cross-border handovers which need to provide for a seamless service, it's also about the governance of the operators. How do we make sure that not only on the first day within a project like Croco or in the Mobix project where KPN is involved, but you do that on a continuous basis to make sure that you drop off the kids every day inside the classroom and you make sure that they are safe. And that's where current regulatory regimes are still, well, maybe not completely aligned between the various countries in the EU to also make sure that operators can fulfill that governance role.
Mm. When we speak about critical missions, we're mentioning now here in this case autonomous cars, which is something which is of course security-wise also very critical. But Matteo, you mentioned also, for example, drones, or we talked about drones, also industrial drones, which is also an aspect which is security-wise quite sensitive. How can you tackle these security issues when it comes to the collaboration also between different partners?
So first of all, I think projects we have heard so far are very interesting. Certainly, they are at the core of the cross-border. We have developed, we've done some work around drones together with some stakeholders in Belgium, and it is a European project that has completed Project Sapphire. And we looked at drone as an additional, also for the industry, a growth opportunity within certainly some security framework and a policy framework that allows drone for commercial use, and certainly a drone is another, I would say, object that will have to be smart enough and will have to have the right platform to be able to cross border safely. So I think around drones, the policy are being written right now, and indeed in Belgium we have taken the initiative, certainly through some industry fora, to foster a policy-making exercise around drones, and I think the outcome is expected it must be endorsed by the policymaker in that. Technology-wise, I do concur that, I mean, definitely as we move towards 5G technology going forward, and certainly as all the operators will have to renew core platforms around that, the element of cross-border could actually become native and embedded in this technology transition would be essentially an opportunity to bundle this kind of requirement so that the entry barriers to essentially seamless communication will actually lower from a technology and policy and process perspective.
Mm-hmm. Cliff, question to you to go more to the ground of 5G technologies. I think the problem is that many people outside, they still have a hard time understanding what the real benefits of 5G are compared now to 4G. Can you just give us an overview also what can be done with 5G, especially now when it comes to autonomous driving, what couldn't be done, for example, with 4G, and maybe also under the aspect of the cross-border communication where you see the benefits really of 5G compared to 4G?
Yes, when it comes to, let's say, a normal consumer, I personally don't think that we will see in the coming months now really a revolution in the way a consumer consumes his services. There will definitely be applications which develop over the coming years in the context of augmented reality, virtual reality, which will change the ways we consume services. Where I definitely see a more direct impact of the 5G technology is in B2B scenarios, and I consider autonomous driving as a B2B context. And there it is the very low latency of the network, which is in some use cases very, very important. For example, when it comes to collision avoidance scenarios, the network has to be very fast to push this information to all participants around a dangerous situation. Now, another aspect of 5G, of course, is the capacity and the bandwidth of the network. So when it comes to high-definition maps, and that is one of the use cases in the 5G Croco project, pushing high-definition maps to cars, this needs capacity in the network. So this is where the capacity aspect comes into play.
Edwin, to connect with this also, we spoke about availability, about latency. So we have seen in prior presentations also that 5G has 5 times lower latency compared to 4G, which is of course crucial for self-driving cars. What about the security when it comes also to securing a car or a self-driving car from attacks from the outside, which might be also vulnerable as soon as you cross borders also, where it might be open because it's changing the network or whatever. Any words about this?
Yes, well, I think, it's my personal strong conviction that you're no longer thinking as individual silos, but you have to adopt an ecosystem mindset. Getting a car, an autonomous car, to drive from A to B with or without minimal actual user intervention offers a whole lot of risks for society. And you cannot solve them as operators alone. You have to do that in conjunction with the car manufacturers. You have to make sure that you're able to address redistribution of liabilities in the ecosystem. Currently, if a car crashes, even the ones that are driving autonomously, if they crash, it's the car manufacturer that assumes all the liabilities. Now, what if the car is hacked through a 5G connection? Who's then to blame? Liabilities are redistributed, and you need to consider how operators are going to assume those liabilities in conjunction with all of the partners in those respective ecosystems, not only cars, but drones as well.
Now, when it comes to availability in collaboration also with security, networks have to be available. I know very well that when you're driving, for example, from here to Brussels, the LTE network is partly simply not existing. So how can you tackle this problem, Didier? Do you have any ideas about how to provide this coverage, which is so necessary also to operate these systems?
5G will provide to customer and to user and to applications a more homogeneous quality of service. So definitely there is a need to deploy network equipments in the everywhere, but using the different bandwidth much larger than the one that we have already in 2, 3, or 4G, with the kind of equipment, adapting as well the capacity to the objects that are connected. I really think that 5G will allow to do things that, from this point of view, that 4G would not. So number of sites is key. We have to deploy the number of sites, but I really think that 5G will provide the adaptability and the more homogeneous quality of service, from a technology point of view again.
Same question to Matteo as well.
Definitely, you know, the new technology should always take into account the current challenges to try to solve them with a little bit of momentum. There is also, for instance, harmonization of frequencies at the border. That is a fundamental problem. We had the situation also, I think, a while ago, the Dutch border, if I remember, and certainly it was a matter of holdings, spectrum holdings that were not compatible between the two operators. So also harmonization of spectrums holdings across the border, at least dialogue, bilateral dialogues, and looking at those issues well ahead of time. Certainly, I think do believe that in mobile, and we have seen it in many other situations, optimization process, mobile network is a continuous improvement process. And I'm very, very positive about what the new technology, but also focus, operational focus can bring in terms of real quality. The real quality, of course, has to be based on customers' relevant KPIs. And that is really fundamental. For instance, the shift from voice to data needs to be accommodated into this list of KPI that each operator can optimize on the basis of the value that is perceived by our customers. And that is a process that also is part of a continuous improvement, because linked to experience, there is also monetization in that.
Over to Cliff. Do you have any wishes for the future? What you're working on with the 5G Croco for the moment is a test bed. So that means it will not necessarily be deployed also in real life later on in a normal environment. But do you have any wishes what should happen in the next 2, 3, 4 years with such a project?
Personally, I think that really autonomous driving is still far away. Really autonomous driving in general, where there's no driver in the car, is still far away. There are 5 levels of defined in autonomous driving, up to 5. 5 is really, there is no driver in the car. I think this is still several years away, and we don't talk about 2 or 3 years away. I think we still see for several years drivers in the car who perhaps don't drive, but at least they are there to take action and to react. I'm persuaded that this technological evolution will come along with lots of benefits. We will reduce accidents, definitely. A self-driving car is more safe than a car driven by a human. That's a fact. So for me, I would see that we can really enhance enormously security on roads, enhance mobility in general. Now, is it autonomous driving or is it more assisted and highly assisted driving? For me, I would rather say it's highly assisted driving, which would already be a huge step forward.
Edwin, your point of view regarding this?
I fully agree. The real autonomous car or fully connected and automated vehicle is still quite a long way out. And this comes back to your earlier question about regulatory issues. I think there's a lot of steps to be made, so on the short term as well. There's quite a lot of progress with remote operations of vehicles, so that you still have a human driver that makes the decisions, even though he's not physically in the vehicle anymore. And this is where regulatory issues come into play. Because take a simple example of truck platooning, for instance, where trucks are connected and the second truck drives semi-autonomously behind the other. As long as there's still a regulatory regime that says, well, the person in the second car should adhere to driving times as well, even though he's not doing anything for 90% of the time, there's no business case for the transportation sector to adopt such technology. So there's a lot of smaller steps to be made in the short term that can really start yielding societal benefits, I think. That would be my hope for the near-term future.
I think that was a very nice closing word for this panel. Time is running out already, unfortunately. I think it's a topic that we could spend much, much more time on it. But I have to thank you, my dear panelists, Edwin, Cliff, Didier, and Matteo, for your insights. Please give them a very warm applause. And let's go over right away to the next panel discussion. And again, I need some support here on stage, because we are going to speak about cross-infrastructure, so not anymore cross-border. And for this, I need to have on stage Simon Clement from Liberty Global, Mauro Cordani from the ESA, from the ESA, and Professor Ingrid Merman from the Ghent University. Please give them a very warm welcome on stage. Now, cross-infrastructure is something which comes pretty natural, I would say, because as we have seen, for many of the technologies and many of the application, it's absolutely impossible for one single provider to set this up, be it a provider, be it a technical provider. So most of the time, people and companies need to work together. So let's dive into this topic as well. So, Mauro, I'm not going to go ladies first. I know it's unpolite, but I want to start with a real-world example. And Mauro, he's in the satellite business. So giving just a quick real-world example what it means to work with cross-communications in the satellite business would be a good start.
Sure. Okay, Peter. Thank you.
Oh, and by the way, please introduce yourself also on this occasion.
Very good. Yeah, my name is Mauro Cordani. I work at the European Space Agency. Specifically, my role is on the future programs for 5G. So we're leading the 5G initiatives, and we're supporting the European satellite industry in collaborating and developing new services, technologies, and of course standards that allow us to interoperate with the cellular networks. So good lead-in. For me, 5G is all about seamless integration. I think today we have examples of where satellite and cellular collaborate or coexist, but we see 5G as being that next fundamental step, and I think we heard some great examples this morning of what you can do with 5G. It's not just about the connectivity. I think seamless connectivity is important and interesting, but also the operations, the seamless operations in the back office. There's many things that need to come together as part of 5G. But to answer your question, I think there's a couple of examples that come to mind. I mean, everybody travels by plane. We all have the trials of trying to get Wi-Fi if it exists on the plane and connectivity, but why not have a fully connected 5G plane where you can go on board with your device and roam. I think we heard the example of 10 years ago where it was hard to roam in Greece from the Prime Minister. Why not be able to freely roam on a plane? And from a user perspective, you shouldn't really care of what technology is being used. It just works. Another interesting example we're working on is public safety. Satellite is great for providing coverage in rural or remote areas. So we're working with public safety in connected ambulances and fire and police, where you could use the cellular network where it's available, but as you roam into areas, the services seamlessly transition to satellite. So satellite is very complementary to cellular from that point of view. So I hope that answered your question.
It does. Ingrid, over to you. Please also introduce yourself and tell me maybe also a little bit more about static and exclusive spectrum allocation. It was a topic that we discussed also swiftly already yesterday. How this plays into cross-communication.
Okay, let me first introduce myself. So I'm Ingrid Moerman. I'm from Belgian Research Institute, IMEC, where I am responsible for deterministic and wireless networking. Actually, this just means that we want to deliver very reliable services over end-to-end wireless networks. I'm also embedded at Ghent University, where I am a part-time professor. So, coming back to your question about spectrum allocation, if we look how spectrum is allocated, and this is also happening for 5G, we are actually following still a very traditional model of static and exclusive allocating the spectrum, cutting the spectrum into smaller chunks of spectrum that is used for very dedicated services. And this model is getting a bit old, and also it's not so sustainable for the future, because the spectrum, in the end, the electromagnetic spectrum is a fixed thing, cannot grow, but the demand for wireless traffic is continuously growing. So also the static allocation It leads to waste of spectrum because people generally want to have sufficient spectrum to cope with worst-case scenarios. So most of the time, spectrum is either not used or underutilized, and this leads to a lot of waste of spectrum, which is a pity. It's like if you use water, if you open the water tap, you only do that when you need the water. With spectrum, you fully open the water tap, you let it flow, and you only take, maybe with a spoon, some water when you need it. So that's why I think in the future, there will be a need for more dynamic spectrum allocation at runtime when spectrum is needed. And I may be a bit biased by DARPA Spectrum Collaboration Competition, where IMEC was participating as the only European partner. And there we have shown that even completely different networks, by applying artificial intelligence, they can share the same spectrum bands without colliding. So I think this is something to look at into the future.
When we speak about bandwidth also, Simon, you were speaking about, or you are very heavily involved in the Li-Fi sector as well. And one of the benefits of Li-Fi is also that there is large spectrum also, as far as I know, of availability. Can you introduce yourself and just give a little overview of what Li-Fi is? Because I'm pretty sure not the only one who was not really aware what exactly Li-Fi is.
Yep, perfect. So I'm Simon Clement, and I'm responsible for advanced technology strategy for Liberty Global. But also, we're a founder member of the Light Communication Alliance. So it's not just Li-Fi. Light Communication Alliance covers OCC, so it's just optical camera communication, visible light communication, Li-Fi, which is the bidirectional Wi-Fi equivalent, if you like, and free space optics, which we're also experimenting with for high capacity backhaul links. But a perfect lead-in is one of the great things about light is, there's 1,000 times more spectrum in light than there is in the whole of the RF spectrum. So at 5G, we're really struggling, even with 5G, Wi-Fi, constantly chasing our tails with spectrum crunch, constantly looking at new ways of reutilizing spectrum, etc. Well, we've got a massive resource that's available to us, and I think it's a massive opportunity for the whole industry to embrace using light for communication. We've got lots of opportunities. There's lots of case studies done, lots of new trials going on, lots of new services, and there's a big opportunity to reuse lots and lots of that available, free-to-use spectrum.
When we come to cross-communication between different systems, I have myself also a technical background, and I know very well more from the software industry. If you open up a system, which is a closed system, you're connecting via APIs to other systems, this potentially makes the system vulnerable. Now, when we come to cross-communication between different systems, Ingrid, what about if you have a full stack compared to just opening the system? What kind of risks that this brings also to a system when it comes to vulnerability?
So it was addressed to me, yeah? Okay. So yeah, when I'm talking about a full system, it means in the end, you always set up services between end-to-end applications. And this is mostly, it's not just one single wireless link, but you have a full end-to-end system with many segments. Some of them can be wired, others can be wireless, and all of them have to jointly deliver a service, an end-to-end service, which has to comply with some very strict requirements in terms of throughput, latency, reliability. So, of course, solving this problem is a very complex problem. And today in 5G, this is handled in a quite centralized way by having a centralized end-to-end control. But you could also split the problem in smaller problems where each section can try to deliver the optimal service from its local segment point of view, which actually distribute the control and the management, which maybe can also have some advantages in terms of security risks, because nobody has the global view anymore, and you can leave the data locally. You don't have to bring all the data and all the information in a central cloud or whatsoever. And maybe the complex problem with mechanisms today, like artificial intelligence, which you do not only can run in big cloud servers, but you can also do a lot at the edge and in intermediate devices. So maybe this can also help a little bit and reduce the risks of complex and centralized infrastructures. And I think 5G is going already a bit in that way, that they can also have more distributed architecture, but still I think the edge and even end devices could have a bigger involvement and also participate in the control.
Mm-hmm. Can I hand over this question also to Mauro, because in the satellite business also security is also key, so that everything runs flawless, cannot be hacked, cannot be interrupted. What about the satellite business here?
I don't know if I'd agree with cannot. Anything is possible, right? I think that's the issue with security. It's a huge issue for the industry, for sure. We've made great strides. Satellite, for sure, it can be part of the solution. I mean, the problems sometimes are quite mundane. I'm sure everybody that's operated a network or has seen all kinds of interesting examples where, you know, people don't update their passwords, or maybe are using older versions of software. I mean, there's so many connected devices that are out there remotely today, where the only way to go out there and make updates is to drive somebody in a truck and put new software. So if you're running Windows 7 on your remote sensing devices or part of your critical infrastructure, be careful, be very, very careful. So satellite can provide the connectivity to those remote places, but also we have an advantage in that we can also bypass the terrestrial networks. So maybe areas of the world that may be a little sensitive, if you have critical applications, by using satellites, again, to complement the terrestrial networks, we can usually provide stronger solutions by having ubiquity and safety and security that maybe the cellular network alone cannot provide.
Same question also for Simon with the Li-Fi technology. It's, as far as I understand, a rather young technology. Young technologies might be a little bit more vulnerable to security issues. How is the situation in the Li-Fi business?
Yeah, or you could look at it another way. A young technology is built with security in mind. So, you know, when we first looked at technologies 20 years ago, you know, the Wi-Fi Alliance was formed 20 years ago. Mm-hmm. Security net wasn't necessarily top of the agenda. I think you know, with Li-Fi, I think we've learned a lot from that. We're dovetailing with the Wi-Fi Alliance in terms of higher layer security. So in reality, there's no point in us reinventing the wheel. When you look at those higher layers of security, we'll, you know, reutilize them. The other benefit, you know, some people consider it a drawback. Some people consider it a benefit. You know, light doesn't penetrate walls. So if I'm in a room, I'm in my house, you know, my local area network is now my cell, and in reality, it's my room. It's you know, we've gone from macro cells to micro cells to femto cells, you know, in 5G, and we're sort of looking at the concept of the atto cell. So the next one down, right? It's literally your cell size is the size of the beam of light. So it's that real small area network that allows you to be secure. It's one of the guys, one of the members of the Light Communication Alliance is working on a project, in effect, VPN in a room. So everybody's able to collaborate and share on documents in a meeting room using light communication to facilitate it, but everything stays in the room. We moderate on the edge, and then effectively each room is completely self-contained. So there are big benefits to a very, very small cell size.
Makes now perfect sense to me. Now, let's go a little bit back to the combination also with Li-Fi and 5G. I asked before to the other panel also the question, what are the benefits of 5G? Simon, Li-Fi, 5G, 4G. Where do you see the clear benefits of the new 5G technology?
So I think we view Li-Fi as a complementary technology. It is not to replace anything. It is merely to supplement that last meter connection. As we said, you know, spectrum is a finite resource. Everybody wants some. There's only a certain amount around. If everyone in this room looks up now, immediately, or right above them, every single person in this room will have a light above their head. Every single person here could have their own cell. So in reality, we could have very high speed millimeter wave connections into the building, you know, 1, 2 of those connections using that finite resource, and then every single person in here, in effect, is still using 5G. It's just their final connection is Li-Fi, and it's about, as we say, as you were saying, it's that software-defined network, right? It's that end-to-end network where, you know, I don't care what I connect my device to. I want the best connection, the best service for the service that I'm using, and I think that's where we view the Li-Fi has the ability to complement 5G and work together with 5G.
Ingrid, over to you. Advantages, benefits of 5G, in your opinion?
I think every evolution and every technology comes with its benefits, but still, I think it will never be one technology that serves all application and needs. In the end, after 5G, there will be 6G, and I think we should also look ahead and accept that in the end, multiple technologies have to coexist, and maybe we also have to look how we can standardize this, how networks can be interoperable. And I think 5G it's a great thing, certainly when it comes to larger coverage, mobility. But I think there will also be more local technology, not necessarily cellular technologies, but more private local deployments. For example, Li-Fi that can perfectly coexist with 5G. And in the end, everybody wants to have the best technology for having the best service. So, and I think 5G is another very interesting technology that can support and open up new services.
And after all, 5G, as far as I understand it, is the first standard which is not based purely on communication, but which is serving many, many other purposes. Is that correct, what I'm saying, Mauro?
Absolutely. That's why we're so excited in the satellite community. It's not just about cellular. I say it's not just another G. It's really a standard that is opening up non-terrestrial, I think is the term that's used by the standards bodies. So all kinds of radio interfaces it could be conceived it's really meant to be an interoperable network of networks, global networks. So from a 5G perspective, well, first of all, I think as a group, as an industry, we have to make sure that we solve real problems, right? I think we can all talk about how great the technology is, but at the end, it's only interesting because of the things you can do with it. So I think that's why it's so important for us as the European Space Agency to involve end users and verticals in that discussion of what it is that we can do with 5G. From a pure technical point of view, I think it's the standards that are really the main advantage. It's the interoperability. I think it's the economies of scale where using standardized components, protocol stacks, tools, even skill sets that are universal, I think will be a big help to the satellite industry. I think we've tended to live a little bit on an island, and now I think we can leverage, I think, some of the developments that are happening in other parts of the telecommunications industry. So we see big advantages. In fact, to the point where as ESA, we actually have funding, we have investment, we feel so strongly about this, we actually created a strategic program within ESA specifically to invest in 5G. And we're looking for partners, so as a call to action, maybe after this conference or during this conference, we're looking for programs and projects that showcase 5G applications over satellite, and particularly interested in speaking with the end users that maybe find interesting ways to use the technology.
I think that's a very clear invitation, a call to action to the audience also. Don't hesitate to meet also my panelists later in the lunch break and to speak directly more with them, to go more deeper into the topic. Well, I have to thank you for these insights, and please give a very warm applause to Ingrid, to Mauro, and to Simon. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Now let's move over to the last panel discussion, which is kind of an explosive topic. When we speak about 5G, we speak very often about environmental issues, and we speak about health. And when I see around, there are so many topics, so many posts which are shared on the social networks, where just someone is sharing a headline without even reading probably what is in the article. So many half knowledge, so many half wisdom. I hope we can clarify with my next panel discussion, at least slightly, this topic. And therefore, I invite on stage Professor Dr. Guy van den Bosch from the KU Leuven, Dr. Martin Wirnig from the Verein Deutscher Baubiologen, and Fernand Müller from the Administration de l'Environnement here in Luxembourg. Please give them a very warm applause. It's a topic which is, I think, touching everybody. Everybody is a little bit afraid of health issues, and everybody is concerned because we are afraid that we get now radiated and that we're going to die from 5G in the next 2 or 3 years. Let's keep it maybe a little bit more realistic, and I hope we are going to manage this with a panel discussion. Let's start maybe with a more technical question to Guy. Can you just dive in, maybe just give a quick overview of the technical differences between the 3G, 4G, and 5G network, so that we have a good starting point here?
Yeah, thank you,
and
Peter.
Please introduce yourself also.
My name is Guy van den Bosch. I'm from KU Leuven, the University of Leuven in Belgium. I'm a full professor there, and I'm actually busy with everything that has to do with electromagnetic radiation, from antenna system to exposure. So now the question, what is the difference? Well, let's go back to the basics. What do you need when you actually transfer information from one point in space and time to another point in space and time? Well, the way we do it is with an electromagnetic wave. You put the information on the wave, it's traveling, and you extract it again from the wave. Well, these waves, they have characteristics. The first one is frequency. Well, 5G, in that aspect, just means we choose different frequencies. 2 is the power that you put in the wave. Well, the power in 5G, I don't think it's going to be that much different from other applications like in 4G or 3G. And then you have the distance. The distance between transmitter and receiver, or, in other words, also between the transmitter and the possibly suspect, the object that is actually exposed to the radiation. So, well, there 5G is promising because, one of the things in 5G is going to be we have a huge number of cells. We heard there 40,000 base stations in I think it was one city. This means very small cells. So, and you all know when the distance between 2 persons is large, you have to shout to make yourself understandable. If the distance is very low, is small, then you can just speak normally. It's similar with electromagnetic waves. If the cell is very large, you need a lot more power than if the cell is very small. So this is promising. 5G can contribute to reducing the exposure of human beings.
Okay, that's already a good takeaway. So takeaway number 1 is simply the more cells we have, actually the less radiation we are going to have. So contrary to what some people might think, more cells is not generating more radiation, but actually it reduces the overall level of radiation.
At the condition that each cell actually irradiates less. It radiates less. It's also the power that is in the base station. Yeah. If you make the same.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Fernand, over to you. You're from the regulator side, so you have to apply certain norms or to dictate also certain norms to the industry. Tell us a little bit more about the regulations and where you see also the difference between 4G, 5G from the regulator side, and what is overall done also from the regulator side to, I would provocatively say, to protect normal people like you and me.
So, yeah, Fernand Müller from the National Environment Agency. Yes, indeed, Luxembourg has also a big number of antennas here in Luxembourg. And Luxembourg opted already in 2000 for the application of the precautionary principle. So that will mean that we will give another limit level for the radiation from an antenna. This means that that the box shape compliance would increase from 1 or 2 meters to several hundred meters. That means that nobody can stay in this range where the electrical fields are higher than 3 volts per meter per radiating elements. That's a system where Luxembourg opted. That's the same as opted in Belgium or in Italy. In Italy you have another value, but that's the same exercise. And so we can guarantee that the fields in Luxembourg are much more lower than the values from the European Commission are told the 61 volt per meter for 5G frequencies. So in this case, we had made a we made measurements around in Luxembourg about at 300 points, and over 60% of the levels measured at each measure point are under 0.5 volt per meters. So these values are measured in a certain distance of the antenna systems. So in 5G, if we increase the number of antennas now, the antenna sites will be closer to the humans. This will cause risk at this point of view. And we have to practice at the same way as for 4G, 3G, or for 5G.
Over to Martin. When we speak about risks, I know that risk is not necessarily a word which is maybe appropriate here in this case, but still, let's use the word risk. Where do you see certain risks which could be avoided? How can they be avoided when it comes to the 5G network?
Yeah, Martin Firnig. I'm running an engineering bureau for measuring EMF, electromagnetic fields, in Mönchengladbach, and also consulting to minimize them. And I am here as a representative of an organization, a German organization, Berufsverband Deutscher Baubiologen. Maybe you ask, what is a Baubiologe or building biologist? These are people who take care for healthy buildings under the aspects of physics, of chemistry, and microbiological effects that may be there. And my job is electromagnetic fields. And 5G is a quite complex system that is not one system. It can be constructed in a way that you need it with different tools. And so the answer, are there risks, also is a little more complicated because it has different aspects. First, there is one aspect that is about the quality of the wave, that is destinated by modulation, multiple access methods, and so on. And on 2G, 3G, and 4G, we had completely different forms of multiple access and modulation that results in completely different signal characteristics over frequency and over time. Now, 5G is the son or the daughter of 4G, and so the signal characteristic is very similar. So I don't see there a big problem. The other aspect is quantity, that is how strong is the wave, the magnitude or the emission. And there we have to differentiate, because we just heard there is terrestrial solutions and satellite solutions. And in the internet, as you said in the beginning, you can read articles like, very, very bad thing, Mr. Musk, SpaceX, 12,000 satellites, we will be grilled from above. If you do a calculation for all the 3 orbits, GEO, MEO, LEO, you will find out that the emissions are much, much below than 1 microwatt per square meter, and that is really nothing. It's comparable with the emissions that you have from the satellites for TV, And for example, if it's raining very hard or there's snow, sometimes the picture is very bad, and you don't have indoor access to these waves. It only works outdoor. So I don't see a problem with satellite. That is really no problem. When we look at terrestrial solutions, about the power and the emissions, we have to differentiate between small cells, that is one part of the solution, and the normal sites that you have on roof, on masts, and so on. And there is no such a big difference between the systems that we have, 2, 3, 4G, but one new concept is eben halt a lot of very small cells. And these small cells in the street. And that's not the only concept. The other concept also is there. And there is one risk I see. These small cells are very, very close to people. The cells will be mounted on traffic lights, on light masts, and especially in Germany, where we had the rollout of IP and VDSL for the buildings, for internet and phone, there are these cabinets in the streets. The Glasfaser fiber goes in and the copper comes out to the houses, and there in these cabinets is everything you need for small cells. You have a broadband fiber, you have power, 230 volt power, and there will be many small cells in these cabinets. And there we'll have a problem with reaching the official limits of ICNIRP, because if you stand very close to such a cabinet, maybe you reach the values, the limit values. That is one specific thing. And 5G with sites on masts and roofs and so on, there will be a new antenna technique that's beamforming. And what this means for emissions and maybe healthy risks, there are no experiences. The power of 5G is not always less than with the other generations that we have. That's true, the power is very small for the small cells. But for instance, for roofs and masts, typical powers of 2G, 3G, 4G are 20 watts, 50 watts, 80 watts. An antenna array, 8 to 8 antennas, typically has 250 watts. That's a lot more. And by the beamforming, you have spots that increase the emissions additionally. And there is one new aspect that has an impact on the emissions and to the measurement methods. If you have a classical mobile phone cell of 2, 3, or 4G, it is static. It doesn't matter, do I do the measurement today, tomorrow, next week? You can always measure the minimum and the maximum that is coming from this area, from this antenna, from this site, and it's every day the same. But with beamforming, you are in the world of statistics. There is it's not every day the same, because the beamforming, where the beam goes to, is dependent on where the users are.
Can I just jump in here also, because it sounds quite interesting to see also, because I feel that this is also influencing or has an impact also with the ALATA principle, where you try to keep really the radiation as low as possible. Can I just hand over to Guy in this case, just to chain up? How do you see now this in combination with this ALATA principle, or give also a quick overview to the ALATA principle?
Well, first I would like to say that beamforming is actually not new. It has been going along for a long time, but not in commercial applications. So beamforming is just forming a narrow beam, like for example, if you want to receive a satellite, you have a very narrow beam. And if you put the amount of power that is needed to reach actually the people you want to reach, then actually can reduce enormously the power radiated by the antenna. So also beamforming is a positive thing. It can actually also contribute to reducing the exposure level, if you want to do that. Yeah? So now to the Aletta principle. What is the Aletta principle? Well, it starts from well, what you see in society. We embrace wireless communication. So we want it as a democratic society. We want it. We benefit from it. It has many advantages. It has saved many lives. That can be said too. So we want it. So, well, then the Aletta principle says that you have to deploy the infrastructure in such a way that you minimize as low as technically possible. Yeah? So you minimize the exposure levels. This means in practice that if you would go lower, that actually the systems do not work anymore. So that's not what you want. Yeah? And this is a little bit different from the way actually legislation has been introduced now. That was based on thermal effects, and that they introduced some kind of risk factor, 10 for people working in the industry, then 50 for the normal people in the street, and then some countries went much stronger than that, like for example Luxembourg and Belgium and other countries. But that is where it's coming from. Now, what is an electric field? An electric field is, and that's the physical definition, a force on a charge. Now, our cells in our bodies, actually they function through exchange of ions. Ions are charges. So these fields will have an effect, by definition, by the physical definition, on these cells. The question is how much and what does it do? So and that we don't know. So the Aletta principle says, if you look at that, that there is possibly in the long term an effect of this radiation. You keep it as low as technically possible, because if you would go lower, then the systems do not function anymore. And that's not what you want. That's also dynamic, meaning that if you decide about regulations today, for example within 4G, that within 5G, if you use these means to reduce exposure levels, smaller cells, beamforming, that maybe in the future you can actually reduce further the exposure. That is technically perfectly possible. But in my view, it has to be an issue that also has to be considered. And we don't hear it always in the discussions. And for example, here this morning, I did not hear a lot of the possibilities of using 5G to reduce exposure. It is possible.
Martin, you want to reply to it, but I would like also to jump over to Fernand. Just shortly reply and then to Fernand.
Have a look to this principle that you explained. What happens in practice, if you look to Switzerland, they have, just like in Luxembourg, they have lower exposure levels for the population. And the providers there, they say, if these limits are not lifted, if they are not set higher by the government, we cannot roll out 5G in Switzerland. They need higher exposure, the providers say.
Regulation side, Fernand.
Yes, regulation side. You talked about the Aletta principle. You are on the point of view of the technical point of view. I will look this principle from the other side, from the exposure point of view. And there I can say that I prefer to act in a bottom-up assessment rather than in a top-down assessment. That's so easy if you make an exposure with levels who are too high, and one time it would be possible to low down these values, I would not be politician to say we exposed you for a long time, for a longer period of time at higher exposure levels as needed.
But do we need to be afraid now when Martin said that we're going to stand at the traffic light and that we're going to have an antenna just in front of our face, or that there is a box next on the walkway simply which is emitting at higher powers? How is the situation?
Yes, it is very essential here to make risk management including risk assessment and information of the risk. It is very important in measuring and monitoring all the antennas and all the fields around us, and to show the people, show to the humans, here you are exposed to an electrical or magnetic field as 5 volt per meter, so each one can decide what he will do. But the essential in the future would be monitoring of the electromagnetic fields, and I think there is a lot of work to do.
Okay, unfortunately, we also need to conclude this round, even though there would be the potential probably to discuss for 2 more hours without any promise. But I would like to ask you kind of more a personal question also, starting with Martin. What do you do, or where do you see for yourself any risks or any benefits? What is your personal feeling about this? Maybe in a short answer, please.
Okay, I don't see a lot of benefits because I use mobile phones very, very seldom, and neither the social media and so on. And in our office, we use the wired line, and we do not need this very high capacity and so on. We have a line that has 12 megabit per second, and that is enough for bureau applications. If there is a long response time, it's not the responsibility of the line, it's a server. And if you have a very, very fast line and the server is slow, then it also increasing the capacity and the speed up to factor 10 doesn't help because it's caused by something else.
How does this work for millennials who are used to work or to use YouTube, virtual reality, artificial intelligence, or augmented reality?
Okay.
I mean, that's maybe also the problem that today the usage or the habits of younger people have completely changed.
Yeah, but that is a different question. You asked me personally.
I know, it was personal. So just an interjection also that this is indeed maybe also a question of generations, because I see that younger people, much younger than me also, that they use smartphones in a very different way, which is much more data intense also, I feel.
Yeah. That's a problem that we often have with our customers when they're the parents. They are worrying about the masks around in the sites, and we'll say, can they do some shielding or so? And then they say, and then I ask, how old are your children? They say, yeah, maybe 3 or 4. And they say, okay, let's take a look in 10 years. Or if they are 13, 14, 15, are they using a smartphone? Yes. And they do not want shielding or so, because they want to use also the smartphone inside the house. And that must be said also, if you shield the house, all equipment in the house that is using these wireless technologies will increase the power to go over this shielding. That is not compatible to say, I do not want emissions from outside, so I shield, but inside my house I want to use it. It doesn't work.
Makes sense. Fernand, your personal statement.
My personal statement, yeah, I have no personal statement. I think I would finish with the words in each study. This would be interesting. There are no effects, but they still need to research on exposure fields and on health effects on exposure of electromagnetic fields.
Well, one advice, I can illustrate that. If you're really worried about the electromagnetic radiation, if you measure the fields that are actually irradiated by your own mobile phone towards the head, they are about 10 to 100 times larger than the fields according to the legislation. So if you're really worried about that, well, be careful with your own mobile phone. And what I was discussing is actually when you hold a mobile phone like this, it's very close to the head, so the intensity of the radiation is very, very high. If you just use it like this is already much better. This is the factor distance. Yeah? The radiation actually decreases very, very rapidly with increasing distance. That's the key thing.
Perfect. So thank you very much. Sometimes I'm asking myself the question, what is more dangerous, 5G or smoking and drinking? I think smoking and drinking might be a little bit more dangerous. Question to the audience, who sees more benefits and who sees more risks? Who sees more benefits in 5G? Hands up. And who sees more risks and benefits? Well, I think we're quite confident that the new technology just will bring more benefits than risks. But also, I think we don't have any long-term studies. We don't know what will happen in 20, 30, 40 years because nobody has been exposed to this radiation over long term. So let's see what the future brings. But I'm quite confident that we're on the right way to keep the radiation as low as possible. Well, for this, I have to thank you, my panelists, for the insights. Feel free to chat with them over the lunch break, and please enjoy also in the afternoon now the workshops which are going to take place. But now, let's start with the lunch break. Enjoy, and thank you very much. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the final sessions of the 5G conference. I hope you liked what you have heard before. I hope you have liked what you have been seeing outside in the exposition booth. I hope you liked also what you have learned during the workshops, and I hope that your iCloud or your cloud storage with all the takeaways that you're going to take home with you is not yet entirely full, because you need to have still a little bit of space for what's coming now in the afternoon. We're going to still have 2 very exciting keynotes. We're going to have 2 panel discussions where we're going to see a little bit more in detail what the operators believe about 5G and what they expect maybe also about the future. We're going to have also a panel discussion where we are diving more into the governmental side and to discover what they believe what will come with 5G and what their key takeaways also from the conference are going to be. And we're going to have also a session where we're going to speak about the workshops and the discussions that we had, so that we're going to wrap up all this. So you see we have a cramped full afternoon, and I'm not going to speak much longer, because I'm going to open the stage for Hosuk Lee Makiyama, who's going to be our first keynote speaker. And I'm going to let him introduce himself, what exactly he's doing. The floor is yours. A big applause for him, please.
Thank you so much. Thanks. My name is Hosuk Lee Makiyama, which is probably the most implausible Swedish name you will ever run into. No, actually, obviously, I have an Asian background, and this is one of the great stories about globalization, that actually someone who looks like me can actually become a European diplomat and become one of the people who has been actually working very closely with the EU governments to look at not just the security precautions, but also the economic implications of 5G. My background is very simple. I make about half the lowest quartile of the income of this room. I used to be a very poor public servant, and my background is in diplomacy, most notably trade diplomacy. I used to be a trade negotiator for the EU, focusing on telecoms, but also the ICT. So that's my sort of background. And why is this an issue for someone like me? The question around 5G. Well, if you read any newspaper today, it becomes pretty obvious. But let me just give you a reflection that it wasn't always like this. When I graduated from university, mid-90s, I'm older than you think, international trade was a subject for C students from the law schools. And I distinctly remember that when I went to grad school in the United States and the US elections running up to 1996 elections, international trade was number 43 on the elections issues that year. I distinctly remember also that number 42 was federal funding for playgrounds. So if I went to a grad school party and there would be 100 guys, and if I would walk up to a girl, and there was a guy who's actually doing a PhD on federal funding of playgrounds, he would be far more attractive than I am. And now it's number 1. And now you ask yourself, how attractive am I at the grad school parties? Now, jokes aside, actually, it is quite painful It was never intended that trade diplomacy, and especially in sensitive area as tech, was going to be in the forefront, in the limelight, in the first page of Financial Times. That was never really how it was supposed to be. We used to able to manage these issues in the background amongst experts. Now it's in the public domain. And you can probably understand how that feels. But public scrutiny is good. But there are other ways, actually, 5G and 4G is distinctly different. You know the technical side more than I do. But let me explain to you, as an economist who has done economic planning for a European country, what that actually entails. 4G and 5G is different. First of all, for security precautions and the authorization of the equipment and the testing we have deployed, well, in terms of the equipment and devices and the network equipment in particular that we have deployed in the system. And this goes generally for all the countries, not just Europe, China, Japan, United States. The basically fundamental risks are the same. The way, if you see it from a perspective of someone who's actually an economic planner for a government, 5G is vastly different, firstly, for number one reason, value. How we use 5G is going to be, well, obviously this has been a subject of a workshop, a number of workshops today, that you know better than I do that 5G is being used differently than we use 4G. But if you unleash all the applications that 5G will be able to do in terms of IoT, well, fourth industrial revolution if you are German, and digital manufacturing, etc., all these policy concepts has a distinct implication for policymaking, which is that there will be more and more value uploaded on the cloud. And given that the security, national security, is fundamentally and ultimately a government's responsibility, that means that actually the responsibility increases, although the complexity of the equipment, the cloud stack, the RAN, and the core, and God knows what, you know all the acronyms. Well, that is something that a government can no longer control. It's impossible to test all the ends of the value chain for a government. That puts a considerable challenge. There's also another challenge. I started by saying that there's more value in the data, but we know for a fact, this is something that every intelligence agency around the world knows, which is that there is cyber espionage in the networks from friendly countries and not so friendly countries, faraway countries and close by countries. And this is where usually when I do my lectures, I joke about the fact that every country, even the smallest and the most peaceful country, spies, ipso facto. Maybe I would have used Luxembourg as an example here, but since I'm in Luxembourg, I must use another country. So let's say even Malta spies. This is the fact of life. This is the responsibility of a government to make sure to be always on the forefront of the intelligence. So this is something that we can't avoid. But we know that the commercial espionage has increased as active cyber defense and various types of offensive means of cyber security has increased. For example, use of advanced persistent threat groups that are state-sponsored, use of backdoors, and combination of various forms of hybrid warfare. This is something we know for a fact. And this is not an accusation against a particular country. This is actually, as I said once over again, this is a fact of life. So the question is, how do we actually deal with it? Well, here's the question. As the risk increases, we put more value on the cloud, but also there's a transition thanks to IoT that it's no longer just a question about the value of the data, which we actually, by the way, we can measure. I'll come back to that in a second. But we are actually looking at control of equipment, business function, even government functions. We know that through various types of cyber attacks that has occurred, for example, in Georgia, Estonia, in other more small-scale attacks, that it is possible to shut down a government function if in a case of a real hard international emergency. So, but that basically what I'm trying to say here is that it's not just about blueprints, Excel sheet containing sales information that is being put online. It's actually about actual control. It's about settings. It's about geolocations where everything is. There's almost a joke that you can copy-paste an entire strategic function of a business or a government under the 5G parameter. So which means that we are now dealing with a much, much bigger risk. And here's where the problem lies, as I said before, that we know that the commercial value of espionage today under 4G is so big that it actually shows up in the national accounts. How do we know this? Thanks to the fact that we have now access to data and archives of countries, for example, like East Germany. And we know what East Germany did right up until the wall came down. We also know from a couple of cyber operations that had taken place in, well, not just in Asia, but also from the United States. Actually, the scale of the information that they have access to. So put all that together, we know that every year we are losing about 300,000 jobs in Europe due to cyber espionage. I'm not saying where these jobs are going, but this is the leakage, mostly from SMEs, that is taking place from Europe to other regions, or even within Europe, but mostly to other regions that are mostly from developing countries who are now trying to get into the business that Europe is specialized in. We are very good at aviation. We are very good at banking. We are very good at chemicals. We are very good at automotives, textile. These are typically the things, the first thing that you want to become an expert in when you actually transition from a developing country to a middle-income country. So, short, we haven't declared war on anyone for a very long time. We are not trying to depose dictators, but simply for the fact that we sit on a lot of intellectual property, and we also sit on a lot of know-how in terms of not just what to do, but how to do things. We have become a subject for massive cyber espionage attacks. And we know, for example, the most famous one is perhaps Operation Aurora, that is called, which took place in China, where a state-sponsored group hacked a number of Western companies. And if you look at the list of the companies that were actually hacked, they are ridiculously mundane. We're talking about credit card companies. We're talking about chemical and rubber manufacturers, autos. We are not talking about missiles. We are not talking about atomic bombs. We are talking about bread and butter business. And in many cases, of course, the perpetrators have connections to governments who also own state-owned enterprises in this field. And here's where Europe has become increasingly vulnerable, unfortunately. And as I said, 5G has become impossible to test. And there are other parameters in terms of the distinction between RAN and edge that also confuse things. We have to test more things, and not just more, but also thoroughly. We know for a fact that it is impossible to build equipment that doesn't have vulnerabilities. That doesn't simply exist. I mean, if it existed, we wouldn't have to do patches, right? So obviously, with that, and also the fact that the distinction between an operator/carrier and an equipment manufacturer is increasingly blurred. You have concept like managed services, where the manufacturer is actually running the service on behalf of operators, makes it actually the critical infrastructure that 5G has become that underpins all the other forms of infrastructures. It's the infrastructure of infrastructure that has become actually completely impossible to control. And here's where I come to the basic conclusion that what we are seeing now in the field of 5G is that it's not just about making sure that the equipment is secure, checking the lines of code, checking for vulnerabilities. It's also about trust. And unfortunately, trust cannot be tested. And here's where I would like to really put my foot down and say, I'm going to mention one company that everybody's thinking about, which is Huawei. I'm a big admirer of Huawei. I have looked into Huawei many, many occasions, and I am aware of the risks that has been mentioned around Huawei, and I researched actually China quite a bit, and I must conclude that actually it's a pretty damn fine company. You may disagree, especially if you happen to be a competitor, but this has nothing to do with Huawei, ZTE, or Ericsson and Nokia. In fact, basically, this is about simple matter of intelligence law. Let me explain. When Snowden scandal broke, it became very, very clear to us for the European government that actually when it came to OTTs, the companies didn't have a choice. They have to follow the laws of the jurisdiction where they're from. They're US companies, they have to follow US laws. In other words, it was pointless to negotiate with Google. We have to speak directly to the Department of Justice and NSA if we wanted them to stop spying on Chancellor Merkel's phone, as they were doing. If we wanted that to stop, we couldn't talk to anyone but the US government. In the same way, if you look at the PRISM programs on its upstream data collection that was taking place in bulk, which was based in actually a very obscure law in the US called FISA, you have a similar equivalence that came actually out of China 2 years ago. In the end, for people who are engaged in international public law and diplomacy, this is not about how good the source code is. It's strictly about the fact that China's national intelligence law contains an article, Article 17, that says that any Chinese national or an organization, any entity, must hand over any data it has in its possession or any communication tool it has placed overseas and access to thereof to the Chinese government. I'm inclined to think that this is a drafting error. There is no reason any government would actually need to put something like this in print. But this, not Huawei, is what's actually causing the majority of concern for the governments in the world. We have seen a number of reactions already, where, for example, Australia has de facto, I'll use the word, banned Huawei. And not because Huawei is a bad company, but because of this law. It doesn't matter how good or bad you are. You have an obligation to the home jurisdiction. This is where basically all entities, all companies have become victims of the clash of the two jurisdictions between West and East, if you so like. You may have seen in the Financial Times and Wall Street Journal in the recent days that China has now imposed a guideline saying that in 3 years, all government agencies must rip and replace all Western software as well as hardware that they are using. It's basically the fact that we can't test trust. And sometimes we know what others do through what we do ourselves. So this is fundamentally the question that cannot be solved. And now, the trade war between United States and China, I predict is going to come to an end. I'm going to cut this piece a little bit shorter. I'm happy to take questions on this, but basically, if you have two countries, both China and United States, are really unhappy with the current global order, around the World Trade Organization and how trade is managed. If you have two countries that are unhappy, then it's just a question about price. They will settle and negotiate something on soybeans and cars and perhaps even on devices. But the 5G question is very, very different because it is not an economic question for the United States. I would like to point out, and I do point out to my Chinese friend over and over again, that there is no protection. There are perhaps what you might call hysterical instincts, but there are no protectionist instincts. Protectionism means that you have domestic companies to protect. United States doesn't have a single manufacturer of actually RAM that they want to protect. This goes back to something much, much deeper. So what I'm trying to say here is that we may see the trade war come to an end, perhaps in good time for US election, if I might be a little bit cynical, but in the end, this question is about trust and the huge potential in terms of signal intelligence you have in the 5G networks will not go away, at least not overnight. There has to be trust between governments. So keep the industry outside of this equation, and it makes it much easier to grasp and understand. And, well, to start to wrap up this, so what are we doing? What can we do? In Europe, we like to think of us as free traders, and our operators are highly dependent on the 5G equipment. There's a considerable amount of lobbying going on. I never received so many phone calls, although I'm just a non-government think tank supporting government analysis. But in short, I think what we are seeing now is that Europe is trying to find a middle way. As I said, there are countries that have gone for a full exclusion. There are countries that have said explicitly that they have nothing to hide. I think the last one was Malaysia. But we have already restrictions in Europe against, in particular, Chinese equipment. And France has decided to exclude Chinese equipment from the core networks. Germany is imposing what they call a ban on monoculture, which means that no vendor can dominate a network beyond 65% or so. And I believe Angela Merkel has been subject to quite a lot of criticism over that. We'll see where that goes. But basically, there are either exclusions or partial exclusions, but they are not necessarily a solution on the trust issue. Now, here's where it gets really complicated. Is there any other way? Well, Chinese government has suggested that we could perhaps try a no-spy agreement. But from someone who has negotiated disarmament agreements and so forth, 5G is very different. And these no-spy agreements simply can't work because there is no verification. If you're looking at nuclear warheads, we have satellite imagery, and just to verify that actually equipment has been replaced or removed. But actually when it comes to vulnerabilities that are invisible, and especially if it's in the core, that's something that we can never, ever follow up. So it comes back to the question again. We have to believe the word of the other side. If we don't believe the words of the other side, it comes down to intent. Why are you spying in my networks? Is it for data, for commercial use? Or is it because you want to see what my central bank is doing? Or is it for strategic reasons, for whatever that may be? There is a great difference in terms of why governments spy. Some are peaceful, some are monitoring, others are pretty mercantile. And there are also, be aware, powers that are directly hostile. So as a concluding word, I think, as I said, everyone spies ipso facto. And it comes down to trust between governments, not between governments and firms. And here's where the Snowden incident actually taught us something. It taught us that if we want to actually, if we can't avoid cyber espionage through bulk data collection, we have to have at least some guarantees. So what was the fallout of the Snowden incident with the Obama administration? Europe forced United States to actually enact a law called the Judicial Redress Act. That meant that if a privacy of a European citizen was violated, we had the right to actually take United States government to court. We forced the United States to put their intelligence activities under a strict court regulation called the FISA court. They needed to have a warrant every single time they wanted to do something. We also forced them to actually agree to European privacy standards on EU citizens in United States. Otherwise, we have the right to cut off the data for Google and Facebook. That was the threat we used. You see the analogy here. We can't make them stop, but if they are spying for the wrong reasons, we have to have some kind of a legal right in their jurisdiction to make it stop. And here's where the diplomatic solution will eventually come. If you're asking that from the Obama administration, it is infeasible that we cannot ask that from the Chinese government or the Russian government. That is going to be the condition to participate in our economy. Otherwise, we are basically saying that we trust Mr. Putin more than Barack Obama. Otherwise, this logic doesn't sense. Why would we ask for concession from the United States and not ask that from Russia and other countries? This is where the fundamental rights of the European citizens come into play. And at the core of this matter, this is not, as I said, about vulnerabilities. It's not about whether a particular company is state-owned. I think actually most of those arguments are quite laughable. It comes down to the trust between governments, and these issues must be negotiated between governments. Thank you.
Okay, so announce it.
Yeah. If there are any questions, I'm happy to take them. I'm not sure how much we have on time. 2 questions. So.
Pradeep Bhardwaj, good to have a chat during the lunch break with you. I think yeah, you're spot on in terms of.
We can stop right there. Spot on.
All right. Yeah, I think the challenge is also obviously intent is it has a considerable bearing on this question, but I think it's also about the form of governance, corporate governance, and the level of transparency and the type of ownership structure in companies in that part of the world. I think that also has a bearing in addition to the intent and certain other things that you have rightly pointed out.
Yeah, that's a very good question. And let me answer it as diplomatic as I can, because I do recognize that we have people from China here, and they're our guests, and they're very valued guests. And here's the thing. I mean, I'm, as you can see, I was not native Scandinavian or European. There is a tradition in Asia where the default is nothing is disclosed, whereas in Europe, by default, everything should be public. So there is a cultural difference that we have to be acutely aware of. That's one step. The second step is, of course, that if we want to do business in, let's say, mainland China, we have to follow their rules, their practices, and vice versa. We have rules on transparency, on corporate governance. And here comes my main point. I think at least the biggest Chinese company that we are talking about can live up to them. But they need to put the papers on the table. That's true. I mean, this is another trust question. Another point I would say here is that the ownership, I personally, I cannot show you any evidence, but I personally believe that Huawei is probably most likely privately owned. Once again, it's a completely irrelevant matter in this context because the intelligence laws of both the United States and China are written in such a way that if you want to have access to some data that is actually possessed by a Chinese entity, they don't have to go to the company. They can go to the individual. And in the cases there has been incidents involving Chinese entities, it is very true that probably the government actually went directly to the individual who had the access to the data. Why go through 50 steps of management when you can just speak to the person directly? And this is also another difference between the United States example. In the PRISM, there was a direct engagement with the management. So there is a corporate responsibility there. But in the other case, you can say it's almost pragmatic. Why go through 50 steps of management when you can just speak to the one individual that actually have the access to the data? So in that sense, it is logical that the law is written in a way that it actually puts companies as well as citizens on an equal footing when it comes to responsibility to the state. And that's another problem that this law puts in front of us. Yeah. Any more questions? Deafening silence. I suppose it was pretty clear. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Husuk. That was indeed, for me, also quite revealing, and it showed me certain aspects that I would have clearly not considered like this before you have spoken. So thank you very much. Quite enlightening. The next topic is about usability. I mentioned yesterday that I'm running a startup which is called Sponsor My Event, and I can tell you that we have spent enormous amounts of time of designing the user experience, the usability of our software solution, and we have seen very clearly that if you're changing small things, that very clearly and very quickly this has a direct impact on the revenue that you are making with your software. This is no difference for such a huge project like 5G. And that's why I'm very, very happy that we have today Philip Lander from Samsung Europe with us, who is going to tell us a little bit more about the usability aspects. A very warm applause for Philip, please.
Thank you, Peter. Good afternoon, everybody. So I'm Philip Lander. I head up Samsung Europe's B2B business for our mobile products and services. So that's smartphones, tablets, wearables, and vitally, a range of software and services. Firstly, apologies for my voice. I've got a bit of a cold, so I might be reaching for this water every now and then, so do bear with me. Thank you for this opportunity to speak here today. It's great to be here in Luxembourg and witness earlier today the passion in some of the breakout sessions and hear the excitement about 5G. At Samsung, we're particularly excited about this 5G revolution as we see it. And it's a very exciting time to be doing business and to be working with our customers on how we drive the B2B agenda. Technology is accelerating faster than ever before. It's impacting businesses much more than it has done before. And we really believe that this disruption is going to accelerate through the advent of 5G. And 5G, it's been talked about for a while, and it was in the distance, and this is when things were going to change. Now it's no longer around the corner, it's starting. And some of the stories that I'll talk about today will show you how we're working with customers to actually help improve that particular experience. And we're really seeing 5G powering disruptive transformation. Now, all of these technologies that you see on the screen behind me, they're going to come to life. Data mining, AI, IoT, analytics. Now, a number of these were already disrupting businesses before the advent of 5G. But we see that 5G will be like disruption on steroids and fuel even greater transformation for business. Now, it used to be the case that the innovation and the transformation was really led from the consumer world. All these technologies that you're seeing on the screen now are all being driven by businesses who are looking for new growth and new opportunities, such as enterprise services, connected cars, fixed wireless access replacement. And my message to you is this, that this isn't a consumer play. In many of these things, there are end consumer benefits, but this is being driven by business. And the opportunity is definitely right now and right in front of us. At Samsung, we very much see 5G as the glue that will create this unlimited workspace, that will allow people and businesses to do more, to do the things that they couldn't do previously. Now, for the past 7 years, we've been investing and deploying in this area because we see the potential for our business and our consumer customers. And without going through all of these in detail, but a couple of highlights that we see are in 2018, the Winter Olympics in Pyeongchang County was the first 5G connected major sporting event. And now you see South Korea, obviously our headquarters and mothership of our organization. South Korea is leading the global market in terms of 5G usage and adoption. And so there's many directions that we can take the 5G conversation. We're very proud of the work that we've done and very passionate about the future that we see 5G bringing. But today, to sort of draw this into a few key areas, I'd like to look at 3 areas of focus that we see are really driving change for 5G, and customers are looking to take on this new opportunity, invest in these new opportunities. And so these are essentially smart public services, smart transportation, and smart manufacturing. And I'll look at each of these in turn. So if we start with smart public services, why is this important? Well, public services are offering vital services to our community across regions, etc. And 5G is already presenting great opportunities to accelerate and offer business benefits, offer user experience, and offer operational benefits in that marketplace. So let's take a look at policing. So at Samsung, we have a very good relationship across Europe with a range of police organizations. And whilst you might think about policing and think of the traditional crime investigation, community protection, actually there's lots of different angles to the nature of the work that policing does, from things like transportation policing to border protection to covert operations, etc. And there are lots of commonalities between the user experience and the requirements of those organizations, but there's also some quite unique and exacting requirements that we're looking to try and work with them on to meet. And 5G, with an ecosystem of partners that I'll talk about later, is presenting an opportunity for us to be able to do that. One of the key things that we're seeing in policing is with regards to device convergence, as we call it. And this has started already, and we see this accelerating further with 5G technologies and capabilities. And so what do we mean by device convergence? Well, essentially, a police officer in most countries in Europe will typically walk around with a radio, a torch, a body camera, a notepad, a mobile phone. That capability is coming together to provide a single device that will allow them to do a range of things that they previously needed multiple devices for, and ultimately make their life easier. Now, our proposition fundamentally works into 3 areas that's really touching on this 5G arena. Firstly, device convergence for first responders, which I'll talk about in a moment, just evolve a little more from the last slide. And then adding in an intelligence layer, looking at continuous monitoring and using AI and analytics to actually provide frontline responders with situational awareness data and also vital awareness data that helps them be better connected and better informed in what they're doing. And then finally, ad hoc emergency communication networks, something I'm particularly excited about, and 5G will play a really strong role within that and offer significant usability benefits. So starting with device for first responders. what you can see on the screen here is a device that we've created, a rugged, designed for outdoor use, designed for long use with its battery power, and bringing together those capabilities that you can see that I talked about a moment ago, the torch, the radio, the video capability. And on the side of the device as well, you can see a button that provides push-to-talk, so radio connectivity, replacing that radio network infrastructure, the cost associated with those radio network infrastructures. And also it's designed from a usability perspective, so the pogo pin charger that you see at the bottom, this enables it to be used and charged when you're wearing gloves, for example. A powerful proposition for police forces across Europe. As I said, we're working with a number of organisations, so 17 police forces across Europe, and actually we've already started on this next generation, so PSLTE communications, which is to replace that radio infrastructure, and in 4 major markets globally, we've started that deployment. And the 5G technology will bring into bear additional features and capability that we can use. Now, the kind of features and capability that we can bring into this arena are shown on this particular example. So this is about, there's a lot of data around in the world today. You hear a lot about facial recognition, vehicle number plate recognition, etc. By providing and working with partners, we can provide a continuous video analysis system that, for instance, in this scenario, could provide officers who are out in the streets with information about who is the person that they were dealing with, who is this vehicle that they're dealing with, is there a known and present danger associated with this individual, and provide that information to them so they're better prepared for that situation that they are in. So that's all good in terms of the work they're doing in protecting communities and policing and catching bad people, etc. But also we're seeing that this first responder world is an area that are increasingly working in volatile and uncertain conditions. And actually, due to changes in working regulations in a number of markets as well, we're seeing that retirement ages are changing, and police officers, for instance, are having to work longer. So working longer in their life, but also having to work in more volatile conditions. And there's a duty of care and an obligation on the employers to look at stress levels, health levels, etc., and provide a protection to those individuals. So here we're working with some interesting organisations right now about providing wearable technology that would, for instance, do periodic checking of heart rate, or, for instance, tracking of data and trends. So if I was suddenly to have a spike in heart rate or a significant drop in heart rate, then it can trigger a set of workflows associated with that. So in essence, what we're seeing at the moment, and with the advent of 5G technology, the police force will be better connected, better informed, and better protected when they're doing their jobs. Now, finally, into a very new arena that I think 5G absolutely fits perfectly into. And so the principle here is around ad hoc communication networks for crisis situations. So general principle is you get into an environment where maybe there's no coverage or difficult access, and you could use, for instance, a fire truck to provide a 5G signal to then use capabilities such as 5G drones, 360 cameras, etc., to enable that situation, first and foremost, to allow the responders to communicate easily and in a secure fashion, but also then to gather data from the use of drones, for instance, from the use of cameras, to be able to assess and better deal with that particular situation. They're very excited about this, and it sounds a little bit futuristic. But what I'd like to do to show you and bring this to life is a short video made in South Korea of a service that's in use today. So powerful stuff, I think that you will agree, and this is present and being used today. I've enjoyed walking around outside and seeing some of the innovations out there. This for me is a great example of how 5G is really going to take us on to new levels and really deliver value, particularly to public services who do so much for communities and us as individuals. So now I'd like to just conclude this section and talk about some additional scenarios that we can foresee with this. I've talked very much around policing and first responders, and you can take any sort of blue light service, to be very British about it, and apply those kind of services to it. But it can also expand out to a whole range of government sectors. So social services, defence brings some really interesting opportunities, particularly when you start to think about ad hoc networks. And very much beyond that, I touched on very briefly PTT introduction for using radio technology on mobile phones. This has a huge addressable market when you start to think of all the verticals that it can apply to. So very excited about the potential in smart public services. But now I'd like to take a look at smart transportation. And this is very much an industry that's seeing a lot of disruption already. And there's also many topics in smart transformation, and many people will start to think about autonomous cars. But actually, there's much more to smart transportation. And today, I want to talk a little bit about the rail sector, where we're working very closely with. And there's some really exciting innovations coming along there as they look to digitally transform their organizations. And the transformation that they're looking to do is really quite far-reaching within their organizations. They're looking at their people, their processes, and their assets. Principally, when they're looking at their people, actually what we're seeing and what we're working with to support them on is an increasing use of mobile technology and providing one device for all where they can in those user scenarios. And similar to what I described around this device convergence into public sectors, but perhaps with more productivity tools associated with it or specific applications. And then the processes that they're digitizing are various workflows that have traditionally been done on paper and manually entered. Now they're using digital forms to be able to do that, mobile devices to enter that data, but also intelligence to make that contextually relevant. And finally, using IoT for real-time asset tracking. And given the size and the scale of the assets that these organizations have, this can be a 1% saving in management of this can make a huge difference to their business. So looking specifically at some of the innovations that we see coming for the future. I mentioned a moment ago that deploying mobile technology into the workforce is increasing. And this first example here is around a particular customer that we're working with. They've deployed mobiles to everyone on their trains. So the driver of their train in their cab has a mobile phone that they're using for various workflows and tasks that they need to do. And the device, when it's in the cab, actually sits in a certain position. And so what they're working with us now on is how, in the future, using 5G and AI, etc., can we take data from the accelerometer? So the accelerometer measures movement on the device, etc. And they're looking to say, with these phones going around their tracks all day, can they capture data that would indicate perhaps there's additional vibration or a change in vibration that you'd normally expect in a certain location, and therefore that would identify that there could be a maintenance issue on the horizon, and therefore deploy people more quickly to be able to address that. Secondly, leveraging information from on the trains and the network on the train, plus third-party information around weather to help them predict extreme weather and therefore understand what they need to do for their operation to keep their service running, to keep their customers happy, for example. And then finally, when you've got all of this information and you can see you can predict the future a bit more confidently, looking at deploying drones and 5G drones for network monitoring. So for example, in that first scenario, we've identified there's potentially an issue on the track because the vibrations have been different. Instead of deploying a team to that, you could send a drone out with image capture, be able to understand what the issue is or if there's an issue at that particular site. And then when you do deploy your teams to fix it, they go out with the right manpower, the right skills, the right products to be able to make that happen. And so delivering cost benefits into the business. Now, those benefits in terms of transport make a big difference in terms of the operation of the organization, but of course with 5G there are benefits for the consumer experience as well. And it would be remiss of me not to mention the potential for 5G on board trains and the benefit that can have on infotainment. So for example here, if you were going on a particularly long rail journey, you could download the entire 67 episodes of Games of Thrones to your device in roughly a minute, if you've got the time for that. But if once you've done that, then your entertainment is set before you've even had time to get a coffee. So there's a great opportunity for consumers as well and the experience that they can receive. Now I'd like to look ahead to smart manufacturing, and this is an area that we're particularly passionate about at Samsung on the basis that we are a manufacturer. Globally we have 28 factories. Our mobile factories produce 400 million units per annum alone. And we see 5G as a great opportunity to fine-tune and enhance our operations in our factory, and I'll come to talk about that now. And we're working with a number of customers and of course a number of partners in this space to look at how we can help them use 5G to improve that opportunity. And it brings some quite exciting opportunities to us as well around private networks, 5G capability. There's some interesting licensing of network in Germany, for example, which is creating some interesting commercial opportunities there. But obviously, it's a big area, you know, smart factory, Industry 4.0, as some people call it, is very broad in terms of the technology and the processes that it covers. But just in the time available today to talk a few points that we're talking to customers about today. So firstly, again, it's another area of the market where we're seeing the increased deployment of mobile products and services, and in particular into what's traditionally been called kind of task workers, who haven't always been the people that have traditionally had mobile devices. And the reason why they're being deployed with mobile devices is twofold. One, there's a lot more data being captured in the environment they're in, more sensors, more information, and better sort of analytics of that. So the mobile devices are being used as a presentation layer to consume that content. But also we're seeing and talking to customers about how, with the advent of new devices and additional network technology, how we can use the devices as a sensor in that environment. So for instance, in manufacturing, noise, vibration, temperature are quite key indicators of whether things are going normally, whether things are going bad. And there's the potential within these mobile devices to be able to capture some of that data from your people that are actively in the factory at that point in time. And then, of course, looking at how it can improve their smart supply chain network as well. You know, ultimately, the goal and the benefit the customers are trying to drive here is, you know, reducing space, reducing capacity, increasing productivity, and increasing reliability. And 5G is definitely on the agenda. You can replace factory in some respects with campus, site, a whole range of organizations that have a closed environment where they want to start using data more, using connectivity more. And we are increasingly seeing 5G as the opening conversation with our customers about how they can help them in this kind of environment. And so I mentioned that we at Samsung are using 5G in our factory environment. And this building here is one of the most sophisticated factories in the world. It's our semiconductor factory in Austin, Texas. And since September 2018, we've been working with AT&T in the US with their 5G networking infrastructure, our 5G products, to start to look at how we can transform that particular operation. How do we continue to innovate and unlock new methods? So all sorts of things are being worked on out there in terms of the future of robotics, drones, image capture, stock picking, etc. So watch this space for more announcements and developments on that particular project. But again, that's something that we're particularly proud of, and I think customers who run manufacturing sites talk to Samsung about things like the advent of 5G because of or partly because of the heritage that we have in manufacturing. So those are the three key areas where we're seeing and are very excited about the advent of 5G and how it's really looking to change that usability and change the way people do their jobs. Now, we consider ourselves to be in quite a strong position for this. And we see, as I mentioned at the start, that 5G is the glue for this and really will enable us to create the unlimited workspace. That's our goal in this space. We think that business users and individuals can do more through the advent of 5G. Now, of course, I need to tell you about our capability within all of this, but I'll do this very quickly. But we feel we have quite a unique position because of the places and the expertise that we have in the value chain of this. So we produce semiconductors, so we own that part of the process. We produce a range of devices from smartphone, tablets, wearables, accessories, and we have a 5G network capability, and of course a lot of partners in this space. Now, critically, all of this is secured by our Samsung Knox portfolio, so the most secure mobile portfolio, mobile software product on the market. And we're seeing, and I've heard it mentioned a number of times today, around the importance of security and the importance of data privacy. That will only continue to grow as you add more endpoints into the world, into your factory, into your organization. And so this is going to be a critical part of our proposition. And of course, it's impossible for us to do it on our own. It's impossible for any organization to do this on their own. So we have an approach which is open to collaboration. And that's the principle of what we're trying to do. And here you can see some of the customer partners that I have, solution partners that we have, accessory partners that we have, all that are bringing together this whole set of capability into this world of 5G to make a reality some of these ideas that we've talked about today and some of the projects that we're working behind closed doors with customers on. So, of course, we want to partner with you today, and I'd love to hear from any of you about interesting, exciting opportunities that you have, because we, as a principle, believe that what we can create today, what we can create together today, allows you to create the future. And we see this as a future that's going to be richer in experience and possibilities through the advent of 5G. Thank you.
Are there any questions? We have time for actually 2 questions, so feel free to ask. Now I'm going to try to see something. We have a question over here. Do we have a microphone? Yes, it's on the way. So if you could just introduce you quickly, just with your name and what you're doing, that would be great. And then your question, please.
Thank you for your presentation. My name is Futoshi Sasaki from Japan. My question is, particularly in the public safety LT scenario, how do you think, is it necessary to bring all elements, including terminal, network, cloud, application, must be provided from one service provider like you? Or does it make sense that kind of elements, terminal, network, cloud, application, are provided by the various manufacturer, vendor, operator? Does it make sense?
So, I think fundamentally the customer choice is the key part of this, and I think any provider that chooses to go in and say, "Hey, we'll do the A to Z of this solution for you," will probably, you might get some success, but actually there'll be other customers that don't want to make that. They've already made selection, for instance, on a cloud partner perhaps, or of a security application provider. So our approach around this open to collaboration is the principle. We have many components that we can work on. So to give you a real example, in the US, the policing example I talked about there, we're providing devices and software and server-side capability. Clearly, network capability comes from AT&T in that example. But in the example in the UK, for instance, we are providing principally the device. There is a little bit of additional software and service capability capability on top of it, but those other elements are being provided by other providers. And in that example, the carve up of the bid, if you like, went into different lots, and so you were sort of positioning yourself where you'd be strongest in those areas. So we are absolutely open to collaboration. I think the customer choice will dictate that you need to have a range of partners to support, particularly as there's more and more technology coming into these solutions than we've seen in the past.
Thank you very much.
One more question over here, please.
Detlef Schulz, DSSC. I have a question on the network. Let's say for disaster response and so on, a tetrapole, for example, network, as far as I understand, does not survive a power outage for too long. After a couple of hours, the thing is dead. Will usage in 5G be different? That means will the network operators of the 5G network take care that these kinds of applications you mentioned there will be able to survive a large area power outage?
It's a very good question. So I think I would answer what I can do on this, and then you've probably taken it beyond my technical knowledge around these things. But I would put a lot of faith in the operators to be able to run and drive their 5G networks. Personally, in terms of implications on power and outage and how that would survive, I'll be honest, that's outside my area of expertise, but it's something I can talk to our own networking colleagues about and come back to you on.
Thank you very much, Philip. Thank you for your thoughts. Thank you for your insights. A very warm applause again for Philip. "5G is not possible without the public sector. And 5G is also not possible without the private sector, because we need the operators, we know those who operate the different networks." Pierre Goerens from the Service des médias et communications du Ministère d'État du Luxembourg. A very warm applause for both of them. So let's say it like this, those are the guys actually who are constantly have to deal with the different companies. The European Commission has to deal with 28 countries. Good luck with that, so not very easy, I would say. For you, also kind of the first question, your takeaways from the conference. You have been here, you have listened, you have been working also over the last years in the 5G sector. Pierre, what is your main takeaway or your main takeaways from this conference and your ideas maybe also about 5G?
Yes, I think we had a first conference last year. At that point in time, it was very much about raising more awareness, really transferring the message that the 5G network will be a national strategic infrastructure of major importance, much more than just an evolution of 4G. And I think we succeeded very well in that. And this year, we see that there was no need anymore to raise awareness. People were really well informed what is to be expected, and they were all very interested. We had a huge success, I think. Many people, many workshops, a lot of very interesting exchanges. We had not only business people, but we had scientific people, we had students, we had citizens, we had regulators, politicians. I think all these exchanges, these discussions on the different subjects were very important to help us to advance all together in the direction to build a network and really to make it a very useful network for many different use cases.
Philip.
Let me maybe take a few takeaways from the last months. I would like first up front to say that we are all talking about the 5G revolution, so I would like to be very clear why the Commission is engaged in the 5G revolution. Why do we have a 5G policy? After all, we didn't have a 4G or 3G policy. it's really because of the transformative effect that is expected, 5G is expected to have in the vertical industries, as you know. That's really where we are seeing the challenge for Europe, because we cannot miss, if the promises are there, materializes, we cannot miss this next revolution. We cannot miss the next internet. That's quite clear. Challenge number one is, of course, who will build the infrastructure? We need money for that. No way public service can align enough money to do that, so it will be private money. The problem we have at the moment is that we know that there is an investment gap in Europe overall, and there are different views. What is the revolution? For example, on Monday I was with a major operator in Europe, and they had a position that I perfectly understand. They said 5G is very important for us. First, you have to understand, because it will lower the bottom line, so in terms of investment for us, and extend our service with more capacity and so on. So 5G technology is much more efficient. We can reuse the existing websites, existing base stations and cells, and be more profitable and satisfy our customers. Also, priority number two, we want to meet the societal objective of large area coverage of the population and so on, geographical coverage. They're very important for us. And vertical industries, yes, we see, but for us it's cherry on the cake. So that's a different point of view, and I perfectly understand they have to satisfy, first of all, their obligation and their shareholders, but we are not there for the cherry on the cake. We are there for a major socioeconomic and economic challenge. So we need, in a nutshell, we don't believe there will be many different infrastructures. There will be many different operators, but there will be one infrastructure which is multi-service, with a few exceptions, maybe factories and so on. But basically, the beauty of public connectivity is that it's a shared cost. It's available everywhere. So one single infrastructure. Today, it's owned by mobile operators or by telcos. And it's not clear how much, there are differences between telcos, how much they are engaged into this new infrastructure for what it promises to be the most revolutionary. So it means that, you know, to satisfy new vertical needs, we have just talked about connected cars, which is the most obvious. So we asked ourselves, over the last months, what can we do concretely? Because putting public money only, it's a drop in the ocean. So we engage, for example, in developing the ecosystems. So very practically, we call the stakeholders, for example, in the automotive industry, in the transport industry, to work on a strategic deployment agenda for Europe for connected cars, for automated mobility. I was struck, maybe a bit naive, to see the level of this mistrust among the stakeholders. Automobile manufacturers, telcos, road operators. It was very difficult to agree even on basic principles. You know, at least we could agree that it could save lives. But beyond that, we spent a lot of efforts and so to move on. So our idea now is with the new budget, the budget we will have for the next multi-annual framework, is to put, for example, the Connecting Europe facility will give us hopefully up to 3 billion, we hope, and a large part of that could be for deploying uninterrupted 5G coverage along highway. It's not a lot of money, but when you come with, let's say, first project, 200, 300 million, you put it on the table, then you force the stakeholders to go a bit deeper, to say, okay, this money is commercial network, you have to find the ecosystem. And that's where probably we, also, as far as we can go as the European Commission. After that, we need more bottom-up. We need real commercial projects with probably at the beginning different models, different ecosystems, and in the end, a certain convergence. And if we do that, then we build the infrastructure, and then we are winning. So these are the steps, I think, which are ahead of us, and it's harder than we expected at the beginning. Another and last bit comment I would like to make in this introduction is this: there are also a number of issues that we didn't expect. I've been told I shouldn't say that we didn't expect, but which are becoming important, like cybersecurity. I will not drag on this. I have a slightly different view from the previous speaker on cybersecurity, because it's very important, security, but I think that the real motivation that triggered the whole challenge that we have with cybersecurity was more an issue of international trade and the fear of some states, the US in particular, not to have sufficient technological sovereignty. And when you're in a market where different players do not follow different rules, you fear for your industry to be swallowed by another one. So there are other layers than the cybersecurity. Another one is EMF, electromagnetic frequency emissions, and the potential health effect on health. We don't think there is anything, major there, but the public perception was for us, I think, and for many of you at national level, even we are closer to that, a surprise. Energy consumption. We are talking about the Green Deal yesterday, but ICT and network is half or almost of the. No, it's a quarter of the ICT consumption at the moment, but growing fast. I think we will be on the line for that too. So many new challenges emerging only in a few months or in a year. I hope that the next year will not bring the same number of new challenges, otherwise it will be very hard. Long introduction, but I think I wanted to convey you this key message seen from our point of view, which is a bit more above the practical challenge, but I think that we have to work hand in hand with you guys to make it glue together.
Let's talk about health aspects. We had yesterday a panel discussion which was very interesting and also luckily very neutral, so really fact-based. Pierre, you're also, as a government side, you're also dealing with these questions on a day-to-day basis, I suppose. So what are your thoughts about the health issues, potential risks, or maybe also the fears that the people outside there have when it comes to 5G?
Yes, thank you for that question. I think we were not really surprised that that would be an issue. We expected that people would have some worries on the issues of the impact on health of the electromagnetic fields. I must also say we as a ministry, we are not really competent for that question, but we cooperate closely with the administrations that are in charge of the regulation in that area. And I think it was very important for us to have this subject on the table at this conference. We proposed and invited speakers to a panel in order to discuss it, in order to have the opportunity for people to ask questions. There were several workshops also that were on this subject. And I think that was a very good exchange, and I am quite confident that we can go forward and that people can be reassured, and at the same time people should be well informed. And that is, I think, very important that they realize that it is not only and not mainly the network that is an issue there. It is one, but not the major, because the devices, the connected objects, all those will also create some electromagnetic field, also our mobile devices that we have in our pocket and that we have sometimes close to our head. So we have to consider the global picture. Now, operators will need authorizations for the antennas to operate, but our administration is still assessing how with these new beamforming antennas, how they best should measure the fields before they really grant the authorization. But I am quite confident that at the time of going active with the networks, that will be resolved. I think, there's still standardization in that area also going on, but I hope very much that it will be possible to deploy the networks and at the same time protect adequately the people so that they don't have to worry about their health.
I was asking yesterday after the panel discussion, I was asking the audience also how many people would see more the benefits and value them higher rather than the risks. There was a really vast majority who was raising their hands for the opportunities and for the benefits, and only very few people actually who were really concerned about the risks. Now I believe that we have here a public or an audience which is quite aware of the technology, and which is not probably comparable to the people outside on the street who just see headlines and go for the headlines without diving more into the topics or in the details. Or maybe also the panel discussion yesterday was so clear that the people were so well informed after it might be. I see there is one challenge that we have to face also, and that we have to accept, which is educating younger people today not to constantly be on their phones. Because if you see young people, teenagers today, they're going to bed with their cell phone, they're waking up with it, they're using it wherever they are, so which is quite an excessive usage partly. And I feel that also from a public side there might be also kind of a need to do some media education in schools, which is not depending now of course on 5G, but in general on the education and media's world, simply to use these things in a responsible way. With 5G, it will not be easier because 5G will be in many different devices, connected devices, maybe also in toys for children, which might be a potential threat. We heard also before security aspects, everything which is connected can somehow also be hacked, which is also something that should not be forgotten also. Question over to you, Pitt. When we spoke, you said also that IoT is one of the things where you see really the future of 5G. Do you have some kind of preferred applications also where you feel that 5G will be for you really the future, and that something that you're going to use really on a day-to-day basis?
Well, I think that there are really many new applications that are appearing. Many have been also shown here, and that was also very important for us to have this time also an exhibition where people could see really how 5G works and what it can enable. I think, there is IoT, there is smart city, smart home. There's the connected cars, connected driving, there is the drones, there is also entertainment. We saw virtual reality, augmented reality. All those things, probably for me the most interesting would then be the applications in the area of health. For example, we saw an example of an ambulance that would be connected and allow possibly a doctor from the hospital to give a first diagnostic so that an intervention could be made even before the doctor is at the place. Things like that, I really look very much to it in a very positive way. But I think in general many of those things could already be done with 4G, with fiber, if it is, there is fixed connectivity, not moving like a car, satellite. So many things are already possible today, but I think the game changer is that all these applications will come in the coming years, and having them all together will not be possible with the present infrastructure. So we need 5G in order to enable all those innovations to take place at the same time.
Philip.
I will not venture to add to what I call the top-down innovation, so these areas where you need an infrastructure, first of all, to enable this service. But maybe what is overlooked is the potential for bottom-up innovation. So if 5G does to network what the cloud has done to computers, so anybody can set up, a local network or worldwide, but very niche network for no cost and grow without, any investment planning necessary. You open up a potential for innovation, which is a bit internet-like innovation. And there, of course, the sky is the limit. We'll see. Combined with artificial intelligence and other technologies, that's a powerful cocktail. That's what we are after, actually.
So we're going to see in the next years what kind of applications are going to be developed. Still, traditionally, Europe and the US, the United States, are competing kind of for innovations. Much more unicorns have been surfaced in America. Europe is kind of catching up. 5G might be also a kind of a fertile ground also for innovation and for startups who are going to develop innovative solutions also in the future. This brings me also to kind of the more political or provocative question also to you both. Europe is clearly, for the moment at least, lagging a little bit behind compared to Asia, where we have already networks which are operational. We have seen the example of Shenzhen and other ones. We have America also, where you have networks which are operational. The situation in Europe is, for the moment, much, I would not say behind, but still in progress. So what do you see the time channel or the time planning for the next months? Where do you feel that we should catch up? Or is it at all so important to be the first on the market?
I have to depart from an official commission line to take, I would say here. I'm not so worried about the specific 5G situation today, because if you are at the beginning of an exponential curve and you try to, to extrapolate from the first 2 points you have there, it's difficult to say if we are behind. But still, Europe has a general issue. It's not new, and it's a different debate. Is that we know that first of all, there is a lot of investment available, but it's not deployed necessarily in the most risky area, most future-oriented area. Partially because we are financed by banks in Europe more than by the capital markets, so there is different risk appetite. But also, we lack what is called, and it's very well known now, but believe me, 5 or 10 years ago, it was not very much debated in the Commission. No, we debated very much, is the financial choreography, if you want. When you have a new innovative company, not only this company needs money, but it needs also all the other service, a bit like what you have in the Silicon Valley. They need talent, they need the right regulation, they need the right mergers and acquisition in the meantime, because rarely they grow from zero to big, without acquiring other companies and so on. So it's not a technical issue, actually. It's more of a, a financial and marketing issue and other aspects than technical. So if we open up this door for formidable innovation in Europe, and we miss again the boat because of the lack of the financial and other things around, not only the amounts, but the organization around the ecosystem, that is the risk in my view. And we can do whatever we want from a regulatory viewpoint if we don't fix this other area. And I think the Commission is very much engaged in that also with SME, startups, the financing of the innovation. That will be the main challenge.
Now, of course, maybe also we can say that especially America has an unfair advantage compared to Europe. I mean, 28 countries with individual regulations, for sure regulated under the regulations of the European Commission, but still 28 countries who want to decide, who have different individual operators, compared to one homogeneous market of over 300 million people with one single language and several operators which can operate nationwide. That's for sure also a little bit difficult.
Let me stop there. Maybe you overestimate the consistency of the US system. I lived a bit in the US for a couple of years. I can tell you the difference between states is not peanuts, as they would say. So in Europe, we have also cultural difference, which can be also an advantage sometimes. But the regulatory difference, it's not non-existent in the US. And if I refer to the ecosystem I refer to exist in Silicon Valley, maybe in New York for different, different sectors, but it's not everywhere in the US either. So yes, we are certainly not ahead, but don't underestimate also issues in other areas.
Couldn't agree more with you. So I know very well that Silicon Valley, I've been for 3 months in an incubator in Silicon Valley. I do a lot of business with New York, so I know very well that New York is not America, America is not New York. Silicon Valley is a microcosm of its own. Which
we have the market, but we will have the market.
The market.
Despite what Prime Minister, with all the respect to Prime Minister Bettel, we don't have a single market for digital yet, but we will have one. It's a question of time.
You're working on it. I'm confident about it. Yeah.
Yes, would also say a word on Europe, because the member states are, of course, also part of Europe. And we, at the European level, I think we have been cooperating quite well. It was important that we make the spectrum available in due time, and I think the radio spectrum policy group in Brussels did its job and identified the pioneering bands. So we have the frequencies. Some of those are not yet free everywhere, but this is ongoing. So in particular for the 700 megahertz band, the second digital dividend, there was still terrestrial television in this band in many countries, not in Luxembourg, but in most others. So there is a regulation in place that gives an obligation to member states where it is possible to make this free for 5G by the 30th of June of next year. And I think we are going well there. There are some member states who have some issues at borders with third countries. But this is also important to see. For example, in Belgium, there is still one TV channel which is active in the 700 megahertz band. So we expect that Belgium will also comply with the European decision and stop these transmissions, and that will also really allow us to deploy 5G in this band, which is very important. And which shows also that if we have some delays now in Luxembourg, anyway, these frequencies we could not have used those before mid of next year. I would also perhaps make a comment on the situation. For example, in the US, we had the presentation also on the other parts of the world in the first panel yesterday, and we saw that the US have a lot of frequencies, but it's really the high frequencies above 28 gigahertz, and you don't do the coverage with this kind of frequencies. So they use it for wireless fixed access, but they cannot really, they have not yet enough frequencies, I think, to have the coverage of the whole country. So we are there, not really lagging behind, but we have done our work.
Well, as far as I understood, also one of the reasons why Luxembourg is maybe a little bit, let's call it delayed also, is simply because the success of the request that you made for the companies to apply for the frequencies for spectrum was totally overwhelming, isn't it?
Yes, Luxembourg, that is our national situation. I think we elaborated a national strategy where we emphasized also that we should introduce 5G early. And I must say, when we had our first consultations with the operators, they were a bit reluctant at the time, because they said, we have just deployed 4G, it's a huge investment, and the necessity of the 5G network was perhaps not as apparent at that time. So I'm really very happy that I heard now in the previous panel that they are impatient to start. That is a very good news, and I heard also that they said that they will be able, once they have the frequencies, to deploy and have good coverage quite fast. So that's very reassuring. Yes, on the specific situation in Luxembourg, we had for the distribution of the frequencies for 4G in particular, we had a public consultation that allowed us to distribute the frequencies by just meeting the demand of the operators. This time that is not possible, because we had really a huge demand when we organized the public consultation. We had 6 operators that showed an interest for the 700 megahertz band. We had even 8 operators that showed an interest for the 3.6 gigahertz frequencies. So we could not this time really split and fragment the spectrum and give a piece of it to each one. I think that would not have allowed to really use the value added that 5G will bring. The operators need to have enough spectrum to really realize that. And so we will have to go for some procedure where they will compete. And this will, we are presently preparing an auction. We have not yet decided if it will be an auction, but that is what we are working on. And we hope that we will soon be able to consult on the parameters for such a procedure, and we are confident that by the time of mid of next year, the licenses will be granted, and that the operators will be in a position to deploy their networks. I also think that this has certainly some disadvantage, because we will not be as early as we would have liked to be, but it will also have some upsides. I think it gives more time to solve the open questions on the electromagnetic fields, for example, but also I guess that it will give more time for the operators to select the right technologies, and perhaps to go immediately to even more innovative technologies. One has to realize also that the full standardization of 5G is not yet finalized. There is some still a release that is expected, and the first deployments of 5G are a little bit hybrid. I think they normally still rely on a 4G core, and it's only the radio part which is really 5G. So I think this, from a technological point of view, the introduction of 5G is somewhat evolutive, and we will be ready for the full-fledged 5G.
Okay, so let's say like this. The operators, they're on standby. They're ready to deploy it as soon as they have the go from your side. And on the other hand, we should also not forget on the consumer side, now I speak about the private people or also companies who are using it with smartphones, by far not every smartphone which is out there is equipped with 5G modems. I mean, one of the market leaders, without saying the name, they simply don't have a 5G modem in their phones for the moment, will come out most likely only in September, October. So like this, we're still at the beginning, and this will considerably change throughout 2020 and end of 2020. Now maybe to conclude very quickly also, your short wish list also. What are your wishes for 5G? Very simple.
Well, my wish is that it will be accepted by the people, and that we will fast be able to put into effect most useful applications. For me, that is not necessarily gaming or so, but it's really solving, being part of the solution for the traffic in Luxembourg, helping people to better communicate and to better access the information they need, giving us new means to provide also information to the people. I think that is really the points where, from a public sector point of view, should be the most important, and then of course also the safety aspect.
So most likely those applications, the killer applications for you, will be those applications where normal people like you and me will not even see that there is 5G behind. It just simply will work based on 5G.
Yes, that is right, and probably some of those would also already have worked with 4G. I think 5G, where the real innovation, in my view, is that there are some applications that really need the lower latency. And then there is also the slicing, which is a new feature, and we will see what it will allow. But that is also certainly very promising.
Philip, your wish list.
I have to put an EU hat, of course, so it's not personal. Short, I could say not to be the first, but to be the best. But actually, I really hope that 5G will be a major step towards the digital single market, mainly because of the the virtualization of the networks. Maybe what we could not achieve through pure regulation, mergers and acquisition and so on, the technology can do it. We can now, maybe in 10 years, 5 years, have pan-European virtual networks for different needs, different sectors, very efficient. That would be a contribution of telecom to the single digital single, which would be very strategic for Europe. So that's something that I hope will happen.
Great. Well, in German there is a saying, wer zuletzt lacht am besten. So in English, who's laughing last laughs best. So let's see how it will be. So maybe we're going to meet again on one of the next 5G conferences, if there will be 5G conferences here in Luxembourg, maybe next year, maybe in 2 years, to see what the status quo is and what the evolution has brought. Philip and Pierre, thank you very much for your insights, and very big applause for both of them.